In 1941, the Pacific War did not begin as a balanced struggle, but with a chain of blows that violently shook the entire defensive system of the United States and its allies. From Wake Island, where small American garrison forces were left to resist in near-total isolation, to Bataan, where the defensive line in the Philippines was gradually crushed by encirclement, hunger, and exhaustion, the opening months revealed that Imperial Japan was not simply attacking, it was redrawing the strategic map of the Pacific through speed, boldness, and overwhelming force. Yet those very defeats also forced the United States to change. From naval clashes like Santa Cruz, where Japan's tactical victories increasingly came with losses it could not easily replace, to Tarawa, where America learned the true cost of amphibious warfare against entrenched defenses, the balance slowly began to shift. Through New Britain, Kwajalein, and the Philippine Sea, the war was no longer defined simply by holding or losing isolated islands. It became a systematic campaign to erode Japan's defensive depth, destroy its naval air power, and steadily force the empire onto the defensive. By the time Guam and Tinian fell in 1944, the distance between American forces and the Japanese homeland was no longer measured by distant defensive rings alone. And when the Luzon campaign began in 1945, the war returned to the Philippines, the site of one of America's bitterest early defeats, but this time under entirely different circumstances. This is not merely the story of 10 separate battles. It is the full arc of the Pacific War's transformation, from desperate defense to total counteroffensive, from early collapse to decisive return, where each beachhead, fleet, and campaign became part of an irreversible path toward the complete reversal of the war. And to understand how that arc began, we must return to December 1941, to a small, isolated outpost in the Pacific called Wake Island, where one of America's first stands against the rising tide of Japanese expansion began. In December 1941, war erupted violently across the Pacific. Immediately after their surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, the Empire of Japan launched a series of massive offensives against American and Allied outposts. One of those targets was Wake Island, a tiny coral atoll barely 7.5 square kilometers in size, isolated in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, about 3,200 kilometers west of Hawaii. Though small and remote, Wake held immense strategic value. The United States had developed it into a forward defensive outpost with an airstrip for bombers and a vital refueling base for the Navy. By late 1941, the island's garrison consisted of about 524 personnel, 449 U.S. Marines, 69 Navy sailors, and a handful of radio operators. Their defenses were minimal: 6 5-inch coastal guns, 12 3-inch anti-aircraft guns, several dozen machine guns, and 12 Grumman F-4 F-3 Wildcat fighters stationed at the small airfield. Alongside the military presence were over 1,100 civilian construction workers from the CPNAB company racing to complete fortifications, and around 45 Chamorro laborers from Guam employed by Pan American Airways. Although they had been warned of escalating tensions with Japan, the island's fortifications were still incomplete, and crucially, Wake lacked any radar early warning system. By November 1941, all civilian women had been evacuated in anticipation of war. Surrounded by endless ocean, the remaining men, soldiers, engineers, and workers, believed they were merely guarding a distant outpost. None of them realized that within days they would be forced to stand alone against one of the most powerful naval forces in the world. On the morning of December 7, 1941, as a calm day dawned over Hawaii, the Imperial Japanese Navy launched a sudden and devastating attack on Pearl Harbor, officially thrusting the United States into war. Almost simultaneously, around noon on December 8th, Wake Island time, As word of the disaster reached the tiny atoll, the roar of aircraft engines filled the sky. From bases in the Japanese-controlled Marshall Islands, 36 Mitsubishi G-3M Nell bombers swept in, unleashing a fierce bombardment on Wake. With heavy cloud cover and no radar for early warning, the Americans were caught completely off guard. On the runway, 8 of the 12 Marine F-4, F-3 Wildcat fighters were destroyed before they could take off. The remaining 4, already airborne on patrol, were unable to intercept due to poor visibility. The raid was devastating. 23 pilots were killed, 11 others wounded. Nearly 2/3 of VMF 211 wiped out. Fuel depots, barracks, and buildings were shattered, and a Pan-American Airways seaplane exploded in flames, killing 9 civilian workers. Immediately afterward, the island's commander, Lieutenant Colonel Winfield S. Cunningham, ordered the evacuation of all remaining civilian airline personnel on the final outbound flight, keeping only a few native laborers to assist in defense. Anti-aircraft and machine gun positions were hastily repositioned and camouflaged. The young Marines now understood the grim truth. The war had reached them, and there was no retreat. They would have to fight to the end to defend America's lonely outpost in the Pacific. On December 9th, Japanese bombers returned, flattening the island's field hospital and destroying Pan Am's last supply depot. But this time, the defenders were ready. During the night, they had secretly relocated their 3-inch anti-aircraft guns and built wooden decoys to fool the enemy. The ruse worked perfectly. Japanese planes dropped their bombs on the dummy sites, leaving the real batteries untouched. The next day, December 10th, the bombers shifted their attack westward to Wake Island. Again, the deception held, but fate turned cruel. One stray bomb struck a civilian explosives depot, triggering a massive chain reaction that detonated the entire anti-aircraft ammunition reserve. The explosion shook the coral atoll, destroying part of the defenses and depriving the garrison of vital shells. For 3 consecutive days, Wake Island lay under relentless bombardment. Casualties mounted, nerves were stretched to the breaking point, yet no one faltered. The defenders knew this was only the beginning. The Japanese landing could come at any moment. Offshore, the submarine USS Triton was dispatched to intercept the approaching fleet, but on the night of December 10th, all 4 of its torpedoes missed their mark. At dawn on December 11th, 1941, the first ground battle on Wake Island began. Before sunrise, American sentries spotted the silhouettes of a Japanese fleet emerging on the horizon, a formidable task force of the Imperial Japanese Southern Fleet. It included the light cruisers Yubari, Tenryu, and Tatsuta, 6 destroyers, and 2 transport ships carrying roughly 450 naval landing troops, all supported by submarines patrolling in the outer ring. Around 6 a.m., Japanese warships opened fire, pounding the island as columns of flame and smoke engulfed the coral sands. The American gunners held their fire, waiting for the enemy to close in. When the ships were within range, they unleashed their counterattack. Within minutes, 2 5-inch shells struck the destroyer Hayate, detonating its magazine and blowing the vessel apart, the first Japanese surface warship to be sunk in World War II. Simultaneously, other batteries scored hits on the flagship Yubari, forcing it to withdraw. Overhead, the remaining 4 Marine F-4, F-3 Wildcats dove into the enemy formation. Captain Henry T. Elrod, who had already downed 2 enemy bombers in earlier dogfights, made a daring solo attack, dropping bombs directly onto the destroyer Kisaragi. The explosions ignited its depth charges, sending the ship up in a massive fireball. In less than an hour, Japan had lost 2 of its main destroyers and hundreds of sailors. Shocked by the ferocity of the resistance, the Japanese fleet retreated before landing any troops. Their first assault on American soil had ended in disaster, the Imperial Navy's first tactical defeat of the war. Over 400 Japanese soldiers were killed or wounded, a heavy blow to Tokyo's ambitions in the Pacific. News of the victory spread quickly. Only a day earlier, President Roosevelt had feared losing all U.S. outposts like Guam, Midway, and Wake. But now headlines in Honolulu read, "Brilliant victory at Wake." The nation rejoiced, and the Marine defenders were hailed as heroes. "A spark of hope has come from Wake," wrote Marine Commandant Major General Holcomb, "a precious light in this dark hour." Morale on the island soared. One report claimed that when asked if he needed reinforcements, Commander Cunningham jokingly replied, "Just send us more Japanese." Though likely exaggerated, the remark captured the garrison's defiant spirit. By that same afternoon, however, the Japanese struck back. 17 Mitsubishi G-3M Nell bombers from the Marshall Islands roared in for revenge, but this time the Americans were ready. Anti-aircraft gunners blanketed the sky with fire, downing at least 2 planes and damaging several others. One Wildcat was hit and rendered inoperable, leaving only 3 still flight-worthy. Even so, the defenders' resolve never wavered. Major Paul Putnam and his mechanics salvaged parts from wrecked aircraft to keep at least 2 Wildcats airborne. Commander Cunningham praised his gunners and pilots for their courage, calling the Wildcat aviators' survival through countless attacks a miracle, a testament to their skill and determination against overwhelming odds. In the days that followed, Wake Island entered a tense and exhausting siege. Each day, Japanese aircraft bombarded the small atoll relentlessly. On the morning of December 12th, a reconnaissance seaplane, the Kawanishi H-6K Mavis, dared to appear over the island, only to be shot down by a U.S. Wildcat fighter. That afternoon, 26 Mitsubishi G-3M Nell bombers returned for another strike, but the Wake defenders managed to shoot down one and damage several more. Still, the bombardments inflicted damage. A warehouse burned to the ground, and an anti-aircraft gun was knocked out. Day after day, the garrison endured constant red alerts, living under unending enemy fire, without reinforcements, resupply, or rest. News from Wake reached the United States via radio, drawing the nation's anxious attention. Yet a tragic mistake occurred. During one broadcast, an American radio station inadvertently revealed that the Wake garrison was small and unsupported. Hearing this, the men on Wake were stunned. They realized the enemy must have heard it too, effectively giving Japan a signal that they could take the island simply by overwhelming it with numbers. Meanwhile, in Hawaii, U.S. commanders were desperately trying to organize a rescue. The heroic defense of Wake had reignited national morale, pushing the Navy to act swiftly, to reinforce or evacuate the garrison before it was too late. But after the devastation of Pearl Harbor, the Pacific Fleet was crippled, lacking the ships for a long-range operation. Planners proposed a bold alternative to repurpose the seaplane tender USS Tangier, one of the few undamaged ships from Pearl Harbor, as the primary transport for a rescue mission. The plan called for the aircraft carrier Saratoga and her escorts to depart on December 16th, carrying reinforcements and supplies, aiming to reach Wake around the night of December 23rd to 24th. But events soon escaped American control. On December 20th, a PBY Catalina patrol seaplane unexpectedly landed in Wake's lagoon, carrying orders and correspondence from Hawaii. Its arrival lifted the spirits of the exhausted defenders. Many believed it signaled the start of the rescue mission. That night, under cover of darkness, the PBY quietly took aboard Major Walter Baylor, an experienced communications officer ordered to return to report the island's condition and preserve one of the few remaining radio specialists. The plane took off safely at dawn on December 21st, carrying with it the fragile hopes of those left behind. Yet that hope soon turned to misfortune. The Japanese intercepted the PBY's radio transmissions and realized that the Americans were preparing a relief operation. Acting immediately, Japanese High Command ordered their invasion timetable moved up. The second and final assault on Wake Island would begin earlier than planned, before the U.S. rescue fleet could ever arrive. This time, Japan assembled an overwhelming force, one that included warships fresh from their triumph at Pearl Harbor. Under the command of Vice Admiral Kajioka Sadamichi, the invasion fleet was reinforced by Carrier Division 2, featuring the aircraft carriers Soryu and Hiryu, along with heavy cruisers Chikuma, Tone, Ioba, Kinugasa, and numerous destroyers drawn from expeditionary forces at Guam and the Gilbert Islands. The mission was clear: to crush Wake Island once and for all. At noon on December 21st, from a safe distance offshore, Hiryu and Soryu launched 49 aircraft, a mix of bombers and A-6M0 fighters, in a massive assault. With no remaining fighters to defend them, the Wake garrison endured a relentless storm of bombs. Trenches and bunkers already damaged from earlier raids were obliterated. Casualties mounted rapidly. After the bombardment, the island commander took one final gamble, ordering the lone surviving Wildcat fighter to take off and shadow the retreating Japanese formation in hopes of locating their carriers. The pilot returned empty-handed, low on fuel and with no sight of the fleet. By late afternoon, another air raid came. 33 bombers from the Marshall Islands Roi base swooped in, killing one American sergeant and wounding several others. The next morning, December 22nd, Hiryu and Soryu launched their final full-scale strike. 39 aircraft attacked from multiple directions, saturating the island with bombs. The last two operational Wildcats of VMF 211, piloted by Captain Herbert Freuler and Lieutenant Carl Davidson, took to the skies in a desperate defense. They plunged into the enemy formation, firing wildly amid a hail of gunfire from dozens of Zeros. Outnumbered and outgunned, both planes were eventually shot down, one crashing into the sea, the other managing to limp back near the island before going down. Both pilots were captured alive, but their defiance left a deep impression even on their foes. Admiral Abe Hiroaki, commander of the Japanese Carrier Task Force, later admitted he held great respect for the Marine pilots who fought to the bitter end over Wake. Now, the island was defenseless. With no planes left, ammunition nearly spent, anti-aircraft guns silenced, and the garrison exhausted after 2 brutal weeks of siege, the fate of Wake Island was sealed. At 2:35 a.m. on December 23, 1941, the Japanese fleet began its final assault on Wake Island. The sky was still dark when waves of naval gunfire and mortar shells rained down on the beaches, clearing the way for landing craft to approach. Elite Japanese SNLF Marines stormed ashore from multiple directions, one force striking the southern coast of Wake Island, another landing on Wilkes Island to the west. Though exhausted after 2 relentless weeks of siege, the U.S. Marines fought back fiercely. On Wilkes, Lieutenant Arthur Verneblad, or Robert Hanna according to some accounts, commanded the island's last operational 3-inch gun. He waited until the enemy was nearly ashore before ordering direct fire. The first shell hit patrol boat number 32, turning it into a fireball. The second round struck patrol boat number 33, blowing it apart near the reef and killing dozens of Japanese soldiers. But sheer numbers soon overwhelmed the defenders. The brave gun crew was cut off, and Japanese troops pushed inland toward the airfield. On the main island, about 900 Japanese soldiers attacked in waves, breaching barbed wire and minefields to penetrate the inner defenses. Fierce, chaotic fighting erupted in the darkness. One SNLF company advanced too far and stumbled into an ambush. Captain Wesley Platt led a bold counterattack, hurling grenades and unleashing machine gun fire that tore through the enemy ranks, forcing them to retreat to the beach. Yet, as dawn approached, the Japanese advantage in numbers and firepower became overwhelming. One by one, the American strong points were overrun. At the western end of the island, Captain Henry T. Elrod, the heroic Marine pilot who had earlier shot down Japanese bombers and sunk a destroyer, now fought on the ground as infantry. While shielding his comrades as they carried ammunition to a machine gun post, he was mortally wounded. Elrod fell beside the gun he defended, becoming the first U.S. Marine officer of World War II to receive the Medal of Honor posthumously for his extraordinary valor throughout the battle. By around 7 a.m., the remaining defenders had been driven back to the northeast corner of the airfield. Communication lines were cut, and many positions had lost contact. Then came the final blow. Commander Winfield Cunningham received word from Fleet Headquarters. The planned rescue mission to relieve Wake had been canceled. The reinforcements from Pearl Harbor were turning back. Help would not come. Outnumbered, out of ammunition, and with no hope of rescue, the defenders faced an agonizing decision: continue fighting to the death or surrender to spare the lives that remained. At approximately 8:30 a.m., Major James Devereaux, commander of the Marine garrison, personally raised a white flag and moved from position to position, ordering his men to cease fire. After 15 days of defiance, the Battle of Wake Island was over. The tiny coral atoll, battered, burning, and silent, had fallen. But the courage and determination of its defenders would live on forever, carved into the history of World War II. The tragic battle for Wake Island ended with devastating losses. On the American side, 52 servicemen were killed, including 49 Marines and 3 Navy personnel, and about 50 others were wounded. In addition, 70 American civilians, among them 10 native Chamorros, were killed during the bombings, and 12 more were injured. All 12 Wildcat fighters of Marine Squadron VMF-211 were destroyed or rendered inoperable. In total, about 1,616 Americans, 433 military personnel, and 1,183 civilian contractors were captured by the Japanese. Japan's victory, however, came at a heavy price. Hundreds of its soldiers were killed, around 144 in the final assault alone, with more than 300 others dead or wounded during the failed landing on December 11th. The Imperial Navy lost 4 vessels, the destroyers Hayate and Kisaragi, and 2 patrol transports, along with roughly 28 aircraft destroyed or heavily damaged. Even so, at noon on December 23, 1941, the Rising Sun flag was raised over Wake, marking the island as occupied Japanese territory for nearly 4 years. Most American prisoners were sent to prison camps across Asia, while a few were kept on Wake as forced laborers. The darkest moment came in 1943, when Japanese forces executed 98 remaining civilian prisoners on the island, fearing a U.S. counterattack, a war crime for which the Japanese commander was later executed. It wasn't until September 4, 1945, after Japan's surrender, that the remaining garrison on Wake finally laid down their arms and returned the island to the U.S. Navy. Historians regard the Battle of Wake Island as one of the most heroic defenses of the early Pacific War. Though the island fell, the defenders' unyielding courage became a symbol of American spirit. In the bleak days following Pearl Harbor, the sinking of Japanese warships and the repulsion of the first landing on December 11th reignited hope across the United States and lifted a nation's morale. The story of the Marines who held out for over 2 weeks, outnumbered and outgunned, was hailed as the Alamo of the Pacific, where bravery and sacrifice were immortalized in blood. The U.S. Congress quickly moved to honor the defenders. Captain Henry T. Elrod was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for shooting down 2 Japanese bombers, sinking the destroyer Kisaragi, and fighting to his last breath. Every man who fought in the defense of Wake received the Combat Action Ribbon with a special Wake Island device to commemorate their valor. The battle's legacy extended far beyond the military. In 1942, Hollywood released Wake Island, one of its first wartime films, dramatizing the epic defense that had inspired a nation. Strategically, the fight, though lost, inflicted Japan's first significant casualties and slowed their advance. More importantly, It proved that the enemy was not invincible and steeled America's resolve to strike back. Wake Island thus entered history as a lasting emblem of defiance, a story of men who chose to fight to the end for their country, stranded at the edge of the sea. Their courage and sacrifice helped forge a legend of patriotism and resilience that would echo through generations. Wake Island could not stop Japan's advance, but it revealed from the very beginning that this war would demand resistance through isolation, scarcity, and almost no hope of relief. The island's fall did not change the strategic tide, but it foreshadowed the price the United States would continue to pay across the Pacific as one forward defensive line after another was tested by rapid assault, air superiority, and the mounting force of an empire at the height of its expansion. As Wake Island fell, Japan's offensive continued to expand with even greater speed. And in the Philippines, America's largest strategic fortress in the Western Pacific, a far greater crisis was taking shape. One where the scale of war was no longer confined to a remote island outpost, but was becoming a decisive struggle for the entire American defensive system in Asia. As American and Filipino forces gradually withdrew to the Bataan Peninsula, the war was no longer the defense of an isolated position, but a fight for survival involving tens of thousands under encirclement, exhaustion, and relentless pressure, opening one of the harshest campaigns of the Pacific War's opening phase. In December 1941, as Japanese bombs fell on Pearl Harbor, the wave of conquest spread rapidly across Asia and the Pacific. From Malaya and Hong Kong to Borneo, Japanese forces captured one strategic position after another, paving the way for domination of Southeast Asia. Within that plan, the Philippines, then an American colony, was a key objective. Controlling the islands meant commanding vital sea routes between the Pacific and Indian Oceans, securing Japan's southern flank, and gaining access to the region's rich natural resources. On the morning of December 8, 1941, just hours after Pearl Harbor, Japanese aircraft launched massive air raids on the Philippines. Dozens of bombers and fighters struck Clark Field, Iba, and other major air bases around Manila. Within hours, most of the American aircraft were destroyed on the ground. Japan gained complete air superiority, forcing the U.S. Asiatic Fleet to withdraw from Manila Bay, leaving only a few submarines for reconnaissance and communication. By December 22nd, General Masaharu Homa's 14th Army began landing on Luzon with overwhelming strength. Supported by naval and air power, Japanese troops quickly broke through American and Filipino defensive lines in the north. Facing mounting pressure, General Douglas MacArthur, commander of U.S. forces in the Far East, activated his final defense plan to withdraw all troops to the Bataan Peninsula and Corregidor Island, two positions controlling the entrance to Manila Bay. On December 26th, Manila was declared an open city to prevent its destruction. Meanwhile, American and Filipino units fought while retreating, carrying out a scorched earth strategy, destroying bridges, burning supply depots, and denying the enemy any usable resources. By the end of 1941, roughly 15,000 American soldiers, 65,000 Filipino troops, and more than 26,000 civilians had gathered in Bataan. They had weapons and determination but little food, barely enough for 2 months, while the plan had assumed 6. As Japan tightened its grip on Southeast Asia, Bataan and Corregidor stood as the Allies' final stronghold in the region, soon to become the scene of one of the Pacific War's most grueling and tragic battles. On January 7, 1942, the Battle of Bataan officially began. At dawn, Japanese artillery and infantry launched a massive assault on the Allied defensive lines. The Bataan Peninsula was divided into 2 main sectors: the Abucay Line on the east, facing Manila Bay, and the Mauban Line on the west, facing Subic Bay, separated by the rugged Mount Natib Range. General Jonathan Wainwright commanded the Second Philippine Corps with about 22,500 men positioned in the west. In the east, General George S. Parker led the 2nd Philippine Corps, numbering around 25,000 troops. Coastal artillery and anti-aircraft guns were deployed along key points, while troops dug trenches, built bunkers, and reinforced defensive positions. Much of their weaponry dated back to World War I, and ammunition was limited. Still, morale remained high. General Douglas MacArthur's orders were clear: Bataan must be held at all costs. MacArthur occasionally traveled by PT boat to Marianas to inspect the front lines and boost morale. During one visit, he reportedly joked, "Who'll bet me $50 that we'll be back in Manila by Easter?" A remark that captured his determination and gave the weary troops a spark of hope. The first major clash erupted on January 9, 1942, in the eastern sector. Under heavy fog, Japanese artillery bombarded Parker's lines relentlessly. The combined American and Filipino forces, including the 57th and 52nd Philippine Infantry Regiments and a company from the U.S. 45th Infantry, fought desperately to hold their ground. By January 11, Japanese troops had reached the main Allied defenses, forcing Parker to commit his 21st Division reserves. Amid the fierce fighting, countless soldiers displayed extraordinary bravery. Sergeant Alexander Nininger of the U.S. 57th Infantry charged into enemy machine gun nests, single-handedly silencing several before being killed in action. His heroism allowed his unit to stabilize the line, earning him a posthumous Medal of Honor. Around the same time, Filipino soldier Narciso Ortolano risked his life to save his comrades, firing his .50 caliber and .45 pistol at advancing Japanese until he fell. These acts of valor inspired their fellow soldiers and strengthened their resolve, proving that, even surrounded and outgunned, the defenders of Bataan would not give up. By January 15, 1942, General Douglas MacArthur broadcast a message over the radio from the Malinta Tunnel on Corregidor. Thousands of reinforcements and millions of tons of supplies are on their way. The order is to hold the line, no further retreat. His words spread across the trenches, lifting morale among exhausted soldiers who were starving and sick. But the reality on the battlefield was far less hopeful. On January 16th, General George S. Parker's 2nd Corps launched a limited counterattack centered around the U.S. 51st Infantry Regiment. Supported by mortars and a few armored vehicles, the assault began with determination, but was soon overwhelmed by superior Japanese firepower. The attack failed, and the troops were forced back to their original positions. From that point forward, the Allied forces no longer advanced. They merely clung to their defenses, fighting for every meter of ground. By the night of January 18th, the battle along the Abacay line had quieted. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and Allied command reported that food and ammunition were nearly gone. Meanwhile, malaria, dysentery, and dengue fever spread rapidly through the ranks. Field hospitals were overflowing, and many soldiers collapsed, not from wounds, but from exhaustion and disease. While both sides tried to regroup, a new crisis erupted on Bataan's western front. On January 15th, General Masaharu Homma ordered the Kimura Detachment, including Japan's 122nd and 20th Infantry Regiments, to move south from Zambales into western Bataan. On the night of January 16th, they attacked Moron, a key point at the end of West Road. Under growing pressure, General Jonathan Wainwright sent the 72nd Infantry Regiment to hold the crossroads. By January 20th, the Japanese intensified their push. The 122nd Regiment struck directly against the U.S. 1st Division, while the 20th Regiment maneuvered to the left flank, cutting into the main supply route between Pilar and Bagak. By the morning of January 21st, the northern supply lines had been completely severed. Allied units in that sector were forced to evacuate by sea, abandoning vehicles, artillery, and stores. The situation was dire. On January 22nd, MacArthur acknowledged that the western line had been deeply breached and ordered a full withdrawal to a new defensive position along the Pilar-Bagak Road. At this point, the remaining Allied forces reorganized. The U.S. 1st Division and the Philippine 91st Division held the left flank, while the U.S. 11th and Philippine 21st Divisions held the right, with cavalry and artillery units positioned between them. The line formed a defensive arc spanning the width of the peninsula. However, only about 30,000 troops remained, mostly Filipinos, and each division had been reduced to 2 or 3 regiments instead of 4. The withdrawal preserved manpower but came at a severe logistical cost. Numerous depots, transport vehicles, and supply convoys were abandoned. Later estimates suggested that over 80,000 tons of food and ammunition were lost during the retreat from western Bataan. At the same time, fighting broke out at sea. On the morning of January 22, 1942, Japanese forces launched a bold amphibious assault in an attempt to crush the Fur Corps completely. 2 groups of Japanese Marines landed at Longoskawayan Point and Quinawan Point on the western coast of Bataan. But the moment they reached the shore, they were met with fierce resistance from the defenders who had been waiting. Hundreds of American sailors and Filipino troops, including the Marivel's Naval Battalion, Cavite Naval Detachment, crews from the submarine tender USS Canopus, and several small commando teams had fortified the beaches in advance. Around the same time, the U.S. patrol torpedo boat PT-34 detected 2 Japanese landing craft approaching and fired 2 torpedoes, sinking both and killing roughly 200 enemy soldiers. From the east, the coastal artillery of Battery Geary opened fire across the bay, while machine guns from the Marivel's base poured bullets into the landing zone. The Japanese tried to hold their ground, but were cut down under the combined fire. By the next morning, the landing forces at Longoskawayan and Quinawan were virtually annihilated. The 2nd Battalion of the Japanese 20th Infantry Regiment was wiped out. General Masaharu Homa was stunned by the scale of the failure. The victory greatly boosted Allied morale. Many soldiers believed that if they could hold just a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. After this setback on the west, the Japanese turned their attention to the eastern front, probing for weaknesses along the Orion-Bagak line. On January 26th, the 65th Brigade under General Nara advanced through the Katman Forest and along the Pantingan River toward Orion. They were met by units of the Philippine 51st Division commanded by Colonel Boots, who resisted stubbornly but were gradually pushed back by the Japanese 9th and 141st Infantry Regiments over 2 days of fighting. Then, just after midnight on January 28th, the Filipinos launched a surprise counterattack in the dense jungle. Acting quickly, Brigadier General Richard J. Marshall, commanding Le Corps, ordered the 41st Division under General Vicente Lim to reinforce General Parker's sector. At dawn on January 29th, the Allies counterattacked with everything they had. The Philippine 41st Infantry, the U.S. 51st Combat Team, the 31st Engineer Battalion, and part of the 21st Division advanced together against Japanese positions near the Orion Hills. The battle was fierce and close quarters. Mortars, heavy machine guns, and American bazookas thundered alongside Filipino rifle and bayonet charges. After 3 days of fighting, Nara's 65th Brigade suffered heavy losses, forcing Homa to pull back and concede that the first phase of his offensive had failed. By the end of January, the Japanese attempted one final maneuver, using the 65th Brigade to feint around the southern flank of the 51st Division, hoping to split the Allied eastern and western lines. But the plan was detected and quickly contained. In early February, the Allies successfully repelled several smaller assaults. Even Japanese officers later admitted their surprise at the defenders' tenacity. One note found in the 16th Division's war diary read simply, "The Filipinos fought far better than we expected." It was a rare acknowledgement of the grit and determination that defined the defenders of Bataan in those desperate early months of 1942. As February 1942 began, the situation on the Bataan Peninsula grew increasingly tense. After weeks of heavy fighting, Allied forces managed to re-establish the Orion-Bagak defensive line, while the Japanese were forced to halt their offensives to regroup. General Masaharu Homma realized that his 4 main battalions were severely weakened, exhausted, short on supplies, and suffering heavy losses, so he ordered all large-scale attacks to stop and pulled his troops back to northern Bataan to rest and await reinforcements. For the Allies, though the key defensive line still held, the supply situation had reached a breaking point. All external supply routes had been cut off. The U.S. Navy and Air Force attempted several small-scale resupply runs in February and March, but most were intercepted or forced to retreat to Australia. Starvation soon spread across Bataan. Soldiers survived on wild plants, roots, and banana blossoms. Some even hunted monkeys, snakes, or birds to stay alive. Malaria, typhoid, and dysentery swept through the camps. Makeshift hospitals overflowed with wounded and sick men, lacking medicine, bandages, and even doctors. In the midst of this suffering, Philippine President Manuel Quezon delivered a powerful message over the radio. These soldiers are fighting not only for our country, but for the rest of the world. On the front lines, officers repeated a simpler version to their weary men. Remember, every battle we fight is for the future of our people. By March 1942, major changes in command began to unfold. On February 20th, President Quezon and his family were evacuated to Corregidor. 2 days later, orders arrived from Washington directing General Douglas MacArthur to leave the Philippines to avoid capture. Before dawn on February 23rd, MacArthur, his wife, and a small command group secretly boarded 4 PT boats under the command of Lieutenant John D. Bulkley, slipping through Japanese naval patrols to reach Australia. Upon arriving in Sydney, MacArthur made his famous radio pledge, "I shall return." When the news of MacArthur's departure reached Bataan, reactions were mixed. Some soldiers felt grateful that he had escaped to organize help. Others felt abandoned by the loss of their top commander. Command of Allied forces in the Philippines passed to Major General Jonathan Wainwright, who, on March 21st, was officially appointed as commander of all remaining Allied forces. Under him, General Edward P. King, an experienced logistics officer, was placed in charge of the main defensive structure in Bataan. Together, they led an army that was physically exhausted, malnourished, and losing hope. Meanwhile, the Japanese prepared for their final offensive. 2 fresh divisions, the 4th and 21st, were brought into Bataan, supported by light tanks, mortars, and vast stocks of ammunition. Along the Lamao River and the slopes of Mount Samat, Japanese engineers fortified gun positions, installing dozens of medium and heavy artillery pieces, including 88mm and 150mm cannons, and several 240mm heavy guns aimed directly at Allied lines. On the night of March 22nd, Homma gave the order to begin the final bombardment. Hundreds of Japanese guns roared to life, shaking the peninsula through the night. At dawn on March 23rd, waves of Mitsubishi G4M bombers rained explosives over Allied positions without pause. The jungles around Mount Samat were engulfed in flames, and black smoke covered the sky. Inside bunkers and trenches, American and Filipino soldiers watched the horizon glow orange and realized what it meant. After weeks of silence, the final assault had begun. The hour had come. The Japanese 4th Division under General Kenzo Kitano split into 2 columns, one advancing along Trail 6 on the western slopes of Mount Samat, the other pushing through the Katman Forest via Trail 29 toward Orion. The coordinated assault placed both Allied flanks under severe pressure. By the end of the day, the 42nd and 43rd Regiments of the Philippine 41st Division had been forced to retreat behind Mount Samat. From Corregidor, General Wainwright warned that if Samat fell, the entire central line would collapse. He ordered a counterattack, combining the U.S. 31st Division, the Philippine 45th Brigade, and the U.S. 57th Regiment, to strike back the next morning. But the Japanese had already outflanked them, and the counterattack quickly failed. The Allies withdrew toward the San Vicente River, regrouping along the western slopes of Samat. The Philippine 21st and 41st Divisions and the U.S. 51st Battalion suffered devastating losses, with thousands killed or wounded. On April 5th, Japanese forces continued to overrun the remaining Allied positions. The fortifications at Samat, Orion, and Pilar were one by one destroyed. By morning, the Pilar defensive center had collapsed, and Second Corps lost its last remaining units. Amid the chaos, Major General Edward P. King realized there was no hope left. He radioed Wainwright. "To continue fighting will only waste more lives. I will do what I can to save those who remain." That night, the battlefield fell silent, and everyone knew the end had come. On April 6th and 7th, the remnants of the Allied army pulled back toward the Lamao River. The remaining elements of ER Corps consisted of a few battered Philippine and American regiments, most of them exhausted and starving. The last two J-2F Duck aircraft carried a handful of officers, including General Carlos P. Romulo, to Corregidor. The U.S. and British navies scuttled their ships to prevent capture. By April 7th, the Japanese had full control of southern Bataan. Thousands of Allied soldiers fled in disorder, some by land, others rescued across Subic Bay, but most were unarmed, too weak to fight. At dawn on April 8, 1942, the final Allied line was breached. General King convened his remaining officers and declared, "Further resistance is useless." He ordered all artillery destroyed, supply depots burned, and preparations made for surrender. From Corregidor, General Wainwright sent a final message to MacArthur. "Our forces are exhausted. We cannot hold out any longer." That night, a jeep flying a white flag left the last Allied command post, heading toward the Japanese lines. At sunrise on April 9, 1942, thousands of starving, weary American and Filipino soldiers stood silently by the Lamao Bridge, waiting to lay down their arms. On the afternoon of April 9, 1942, inside the rocky depths of Corregidor, the solemn voice of the Voice of Freedom radio station echoed through the tunnels. The announcer declared, "Bataan has fallen. The Filipino and American soldiers on this battlefield, bloodied but unbroken, have been forced to bow before the overwhelming power of the enemy. The world will forever remember their valiant struggle over the past 3 months. Men who endured relentless shelling, hunger, and disease." His voice, filled with sorrow and pride, resounded through the Malinta Tunnel, marking the end of one of the most heroic stands in modern military history. Around 76,000 Allied troops, 66,000 Filipinos, and 10,000 Americans were forced to surrender. No formal document was signed. For both Generals King and Homa, words were unnecessary. The battlefield itself had spoken. Yet, the end of the fighting marked the beginning of a far greater tragedy. Tens of thousands of prisoners were forced to march north in what would later be known as the Bataan Death March. Under a scorching tropical sun, they trudged more than 100 kilometers without food or water. The cries of the wounded filled the jungle roads. Many collapsed from exhaustion or were beaten to death when they could not continue. On average, hundreds died each day. When the survivors finally reached Camp O'Donnell in Capas, only about 54,000 remained alive. Countless others soon perished from starvation and disease. The sight of gaunt prisoners, beaten and shackled under the blazing heat, became one of the most haunting images of the Pacific War. Despite the defeat, the 3-month defense of Bataan left an indelible mark on history. The combined U.S.-Philippine forces had delayed Japan's advance, buying precious time for the Allies to regroup and prepare counteroffensives across the Pacific. Bataan came to be remembered as a noble failure, a military disaster, yet a triumph of spirit. The defenders' stubborn resistance proved that the Allies would not yield easily, forcing Japan to expend more troops, time, and resources than planned. Later, the Philippine command in exile in Australia formally commended the courage and endurance of the soldiers who fought at Bataan. The battle was the first major ground engagement of U.S. forces in World War II, and one of the bloodiest defeats in American military history since the Civil War. In the years that followed, both the Philippines and the United States honored Bataan as a symbol of courage and sacrifice. Annual memorials in Manila and Washington continue to pay tribute to the defenders of Bataan. Many veterans would recall President Quezon's words. They fought not only for themselves, but for the whole world. The famous Filipino phrase, "To die for the country is to live forever," became inseparable from the spirit of Bataan, where men fought on despite hunger, exhaustion, and hopeless odds. In the end, Bataan left behind a timeless lesson. Even in the darkest hour, humanity can shine with pride, sacrifice, and unwavering resolve. The soldiers who stood their ground on that peninsula fought to the very last, and their courage remains one of the most enduring legacies of World War II. The fall of Bataan was not only the collapse of America's largest defensive line in Asia, but also the end of the Pacific War's first phase under Japan's near-total strategic dominance. From the Philippines to Southeast Asia, the Japanese Empire expanded rapidly, while the United States was forced to abandon hopes of holding its old front lines and instead begin reorganizing for a much longer war. But as 1942 continued, the focus of the conflict began to shift. The struggle was no longer centered only on besieged peninsulas or collapsing land fortresses. It was moving outward into the vast Pacific, where aircraft carriers, naval air power, and control of the sea would increasingly determine the fate of the entire theater. By late that year, as the battle for Guadalcanal grew more intense, the waters around Santa Cruz became the stage for this new phase of war, one in which Japan could still achieve tactical victories, but would also begin suffering strategic losses that, over time, it could not easily replace. After the defeat at Midway in June 1942, the balance of power in the Pacific began to shift. 4 of the Imperial Japanese Navy's frontline aircraft carriers were destroyed in a single battle, along with a large portion of its experienced carrier air crews. For the first time since 1941, Japan lost the strategic initiative at sea. The United States moved quickly to exploit this opening. In early August 1942, Allied forces launched an amphibious landing on Guadalcanal, seizing a Japanese airfield under construction, later named Henderson Field. The objective was not territorial expansion, but to block Japan's southward advance and secure the vital sea lanes connecting the United States and Australia. From that moment on, Guadalcanal became a strategic strongpoint that neither side could afford to lose. From August to October 1942, the Guadalcanal campaign settled into a prolonged stalemate. By day, Allied aircraft operating from Henderson Field dominated the skies, preventing the Japanese Navy from delivering large-scale reinforcements. By night, Japanese destroyers ran high-speed supply missions, the so-called Tokyo Express, to keep their ground forces alive on the island. Neither side possessed sufficient strength to deliver a decisive blow. By mid-October 1942, the Guadalcanal campaign had reached a stalemate. Fighting on land was deadlocked, and the outcome now depended entirely on who controlled the seas around the island. Recognizing this, the United States reorganized its Pacific forces. The aircraft carrier USS Enterprise completed repairs at Pearl Harbor and returned to the combat zone. Admiral William Halsey was appointed commander of the South Pacific area with a clear mandate: break the deadlock at Guadalcanal through decisive naval action. Japan likewise committed to a decisive engagement. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto concentrated the strongest remaining carrier force of the Imperial Navy: Shokaku, Zuikaku, Zuiho, and Junyo, supported by battleships and heavy cruisers. These forces were divided into three task groups: the main force under Vice Admiral Nobutake Kondo, the carrier striking force under Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, and an advance force led by Rear Admiral Hiroaki Abe. The Japanese plan was straightforward. A major naval battle would be coordinated with a renewed ground offensive aimed at retaking Guadalcanal between 20 and 25 October 1942. To succeed, Japan first had to destroy the American carrier forces operating around the Solomon Islands. Within this strategic context, on October 26, 1942, the two fleets collided northeast of the Santa Cruz Islands. The Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands was not merely another carrier engagement, it was the Imperial Japanese Navy's final major attempt to regain strategic control of Guadalcanal and, beyond that, the South Pacific theater as a whole. At dawn on October 26, 1942, the two opposing fleets stood roughly 370 kilometers apart in the Solomon Sea. At 3:10, a long-range USPBY patrol aircraft detected the Japanese force, but the report was delayed within the command system. Not until 5:12 did the information reach Admiral Kincaid, costing the Americans a crucial time advantage at the very start. At 6:45, another U.S. reconnaissance aircraft reconfirmed the position of the Japanese carrier group. 13 minutes later, the Japanese in turn detected the American carrier force, with Hornet identified as the primary target. From that moment on, both fleets entered an irreversible phase, a race to launch. Japan struck first. At 7:40, the first strike wave of 64 aircraft lifted off from the carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku. The formation consisted of Aichi D-3A Val dive bombers, Nakajima B-5N Kate torpedo bombers, and Mitsubishi A-6M0 fighters as escort. The mission was clear and singular: cripple Hornet. Almost simultaneously, two SBD Dauntless dive bombers from Enterprise slipped through Japanese reconnaissance. Approaching the carrier Zuiho from high altitude, they dived straight onto the flight deck. Two bombs struck home, warping the deck and destroying the arresting gear. Zuiho did not sink, but it lost the ability to recover aircraft. In practical terms, it was removed from the battle in the opening minutes. Meanwhile, American air groups were forced to launch under extreme pressure. Fearing attack while still on deck, both Hornet and Enterprise launched aircraft in multiple small waves, unable to assemble a single concentrated strike force. These squadrons took off in a scattered manner, lacking coordination and effective mutual protection. Around 8:40, the first air combat erupted. A group of Zero fighters from Zuiho unexpectedly intercepted Enterprise's second strike group. U.S. Wildcat fighters were drawn into a medium-altitude turning fight, exactly the type of engagement in which the Zero held the advantage. The result was 4 Zeros shot down, but the Americans lost 3 Wildcats and 2 Avengers. Several other aircraft were heavily damaged and forced to return for emergency landings, weakening the U.S. attack force from the outset. Even so, some American aircraft broke through the interception. At 9:27, Dauntless dive bombers from Hornet successively plunged onto Shokaku. Within minutes, between 3 and 6 bombs penetrated the flight deck and internal spaces. The launch deck was wrecked, technical compartments caught fire, and many pilots and deck crew were killed. Shokaku did not sink, but it was rendered combat ineffective and forced to withdraw. At the same time, other Dauntless aircraft attacked the heavy cruiser Chikuma. 2 1,000-pound bombs struck the bridge area and the seaplane deck, starting major fires. Another bomb detonated between the bow and midship sections, deforming the ship's structure. Chikuma lost speed, listed heavily, and was forced to retire to Truk for repairs. However, these successes were not enough to save Hornet. At 8:52, the main Japanese strike accurately fixed the position of the American carrier force, while Enterprise was temporarily obscured by heavy rain. Hornet's radar detected the incoming aircraft at a range of about 65 kilometers. 37 Wildcat fighters were scrambled to intercept, but due to the late launch and poor coordination, only a fraction managed to engage the attackers. At 9:09, the Japanese attack began. Val dive bombers descended from high altitude, while Kate torpedo bombers approached low over the sea, attacking from multiple directions. American anti-aircraft fire was intense, but could not stop them all. One bomb punched through 3 decks of Hornet and detonated deep inside, killing dozens of sailors. Another tore open the deck, igniting major fires. A Val, already hit and burning, crashed directly into the funnel, spreading flames across the flight deck. Minutes later, 2 torpedoes struck Hornet's side, completely disabling the propulsion system. The ship lost power and all maneuverability. Another Val, hit by anti-aircraft fire, slammed into the gasoline storage area near midships, triggering the fiercest blaze of the day. By about 9:20, the Japanese aircraft withdrew from the area. Hornet lay motionless at sea, slightly listing, its decks engulfed in flames and thick black smoke rising thousands of meters into the sky. In less than half an hour, the carrier had been brought low by a precise combination of armor-piercing bombs, torpedoes, and unintended suicidal crashes. Japan lost dozens of aircraft, but had succeeded in removing 1 American carrier from the fight. The morning of 26 October ended with a starkly contrasting outcome. Japan lost elite pilots and had 1 carrier crippled. The United States lost Hornet. The battle was not yet over, but the balance was already beginning to shift in a direction neither side had anticipated. By around 10 a.m., most of the fires and explosions aboard Hornet had been brought under control, thanks to concentrated firefighting efforts by 3 U.S. destroyers maneuvering alongside. Admiral Kincaid ordered Hornet to be towed out of the combat area, and a towing line was rigged from the heavy cruiser USS Northampton at approximately the same time. However, before the crippled carrier could be moved any significant distance, the situation in the air deteriorated once again. Aboard Enterprise, damaged escort aircraft from the morning fighting began landing around 9:30. Less than half an hour later, at about 10 o'clock, radar warned of a second Japanese strike approaching. All landing operations were immediately halted. Several U.S. aircraft were forced to ditch at sea and were subsequently recovered by escorting warships under emergency conditions. At the same time, the destroyer, USS Porter, which had stopped to rescue the crew of a damaged TBF Avenger, was struck on the starboard side by a torpedo at approximately 9:30. The source of the torpedo was never conclusively identified. It may have been accidentally dropped by an American aircraft or fired by a Japanese submarine. The explosion killed 15 sailors and left Porter badly damaged. The ship was abandoned and later scuttled by the destroyer USS Shaw to prevent capture. At about 10:08, the second major Japanese air attack began, this time directed against Enterprise. American fighter interception again proved ineffective. During the initial approach, only 2 of the 19 Japanese dive bombers were shot down. The first wave, led by Lieutenant Commander Keiichi Arima, achieved clear success. 2 250-kilogram semi-armor-piercing bombs struck the area of Enterprise's island and flight deck. The explosions killed 44 men, wounded 75 more, and caused significant mechanical damage, including a jammed aircraft elevator. Japan, however, paid a high price. 10 of the 19 dive bombers failed to return. Immediately afterward, Zuikaku launched 16 torpedo bombers, divided into 2 groups. The first group was intercepted by U.S. Wildcats. 3 Japanese aircraft were shot down. A fourth, already ablaze, crashed into the bow of the destroyer USS Smith. Its torpedo detonated on deck, starting intense fires and killing 57 American sailors. The second group pressed on toward Enterprise USS South Dakota and the cruiser Portland, but all torpedoes missed their targets. By 10:53, the attack had ended. with U.S. defenders destroying 9 of the 16 torpedo bombers. At 11:21, the carrier Junyo launched 17 dive bombers for another strike. Enterprise suffered only one near miss, which exploded close to the flight deck without penetrating it. 2 escorting ships, however, were hit. South Dakota was struck by bomb fragments that damaged a main gun mount, killing 2 gunners and wounding more than 50 men. The light cruiser San Juan was hit by a medium-caliber bomb, suffering damage to its upper deck and several minor casualties. By this point, Enterprise had absorbed at least 2 bomb hits during the day, with total losses of 44 dead and 75 wounded, while the Japanese lost another 10 aircraft in this wave. At 11:35 came the decisive moment. Admiral Kincaid concluded that Hornet was beyond recovery, Enterprise was heavily damaged, and Japanese forces were believed to still have at least 2 operational carriers. He ordered a withdrawal. Between 11:39 and 13:22, Enterprise recovered 57 of the 73 aircraft airborne at the time of the retreat. The remaining aircraft ditched at sea, their crews rescued by escort ships. Hornet was left behind. 3 U.S. destroyers continued efforts to tow the crippled carrier at very low speed, even as the threat of Japanese pursuit grew. The Japanese situation in the air was scarcely better. Between 1140 and 1400, Zuikaku and Junyo, the 2 carriers still largely intact, began recovering surviving aircraft from the morning strikes. Only then did the scale of losses become fully apparent. The number of aircraft returning was far smaller than the number launched. Pilots from Junyo described skies filled with smoke and shell bursts, hundreds of anti-aircraft tracers, and aircraft riddled with holes. One Japanese officer recorded a sense of unease upon seeing Junyo's flight deck largely empty, where the aircraft of the first strike should have been. By early afternoon, Admiral Kondo ordered the battleships of the Advance Force and Vanguard to increase speed and pursue the withdrawing American ships. The carriers Zuiho and Shokaku, both damaged earlier in the day, were forced to withdraw north of the Solomon Islands for repairs, with Admiral Nagumo aboard Shokaku. Only Zuikaku and Junyo remained in the fight. In a final effort, Japanese naval aviation organized 3 additional strikes. At 13:06, Junyo launched 7 torpedo bombers carrying heavy warheads. At 15:35, Junyo dispatched 6 dive bombers. And at the same time, Zuikaku sent out 7 torpedo bombers and 2 dive bombers. The objective remained unchanged, to hunt down Enterprise and the remaining American escorts. At this point, Hornet was still being slowly towed away from the combat zone. By 14:45, the heavy cruiser USS Northampton had secured towing lines and began pulling Hornet at a speed of barely 5 knots. The effort did not last long. At 15:23, a Japanese torpedo, launched during the strike at 13:06, hit Hornet amidships. The explosion tore open the central hull, flooding internal compartments and causing the ship to list about 14 degrees. With no electrical power remaining to run pumps, the damage quickly became uncontrollable. The crew began abandoning ship. As Hornet continued to sink, Zuikaku launched another attack. At 15:23, a Japanese B-5N torpedo bomber dived in and dropped an 800-kilogram bomb directly onto the flight deck, forcing water into the engineering spaces below. By 16:27, all remaining crew had evacuated Hornet, leaving the carrier burning and drifting helplessly at sea. The final air attack came at 17:20, when a Val dive bomber from Junyo dropped a 250-kilogram bomb onto Hornet's already burning deck. At the same time, the U.S. fleet was compelled to withdraw to avoid the approaching Japanese battleship force. Acting on Admiral Halsey's orders, the destroyers USS Mustin and USS Anderson fired gunfire and launched torpedoes in an attempt to sink Hornet's wreck so it would not fall into enemy hands. When lights from Santa Cruz Island appeared at 2040, signaling that Japanese ships were closing in, the American destroyers withdrew. At 22:20, the Japanese destroyers Makigumo and Akigumo approached the abandoned carrier and fired 4 61-centimeter torpedoes into the hull. At 1:35 on October 27, 1942, Hornet finally sank, ending the fate of the second U.S. fleet carrier lost during the Guadalcanal campaign. That night, U.S. Catalina patrol aircraft continued reconnaissance and harassment of Junyo, but the Japanese did not pursue further. Fuel shortages and confirmation that the American fleet had withdrawn successfully forced them to break off. By 30 October, the Japanese fleet, having suffered heavy losses in ships and aircraft, returned safely to Truk. During the withdrawal, the battleship South Dakota collided with the destroyer Mahan near New Caledonia, badly damaging Mahan. After the battle, both sides claimed victory, but the actual losses were uneven. The United States lost the fleet carrier Hornet and the destroyer Porter. Enterprise and several escorts were heavily damaged, with approximately 266 American personnel killed. Japan lost no carriers, but Shokaku, Zuiho, and the cruiser Chikuma were all put out of action for extended periods. In the short term, the loss of Hornet was a severe blow to the U.S. Navy. For a time, only Enterprise and Saratoga remained operational fleet carriers. Enterprise, however, received temporary repairs and returned to Guadalcanal within 2 weeks, playing a key role in the decisive naval battles of November 1942, where the balance began to tilt decisively in America's favor. In the long run, Japan suffered the more critical losses. At Santa Cruz, the United States lost many aircraft, but could replace both planes and crews. Japan, by contrast, lost nearly half of its participating air crews, including several veteran squadron leaders. After 4 carrier battles, Coral Sea, Midway, Eastern Solomons, and Santa Cruz, most of the elite pilots who had taken part in Pearl Harbor were gone. Japan's limited training system could not replace them in time. By late October 1942, only Junyo remained capable of operating near Guadalcanal. Shokaku and Zuiho withdrew for long-term repairs, while Zuikaku, though undamaged, was ordered back to Japan to reorganize and retrain its air group. Strategic control of the air and sea was slipping irreversibly from Japanese hands. Admiral Nagumo, removed from frontline command after the battle, later summarized the outcome succinctly. This was a tactical victory, but a strategic defeat for Japan. In hindsight, Santa Cruz was Japan's last tactical victory in carrier warfare, and at the same time, the moment when its chance to reverse the course of the Pacific War finally slipped away. From then on, the conflict became a contest of industrial strength and manpower, one Japan could no longer hope to win. Santa Cruz demonstrated that although Japan could still achieve tactical victories at sea, the nature of the war was no longer what it had been in the opening months. Each victory was now increasingly tied to losses that were far harder to replace, especially among experienced naval aviators, the very foundation of the striking power that had fueled Japan's rapid expansion across the Pacific. After Guadalcanal, the United States also began moving beyond the phase of merely trying to halt Japan's momentum. The focus of the war gradually shifted toward a broader strategy, a step-by-step counteroffensive designed to break through Japan's fortified island defenses and push deeper into the Central Pacific. By late 1943, that transition brought American forces to Tarawa, a small island transformed into a heavily fortified stronghold. Here, the war was no longer defined only by fleet engagements on open water, but by the brutal struggle for every beach, every bunker, and every yard of ground under intense defensive fire. If Santa Cruz reflected a war of attrition across the ocean, then Tarawa marked the beginning of the large-scale amphibious warfare era, one in which the road toward Japan would become increasingly direct, brutal, and bloody. In the autumn of 1943, after nearly 2 years of struggling in the Pacific, the U.S. military finally seized the initiative. Victories at Guadalcanal and across the Solomon Islands had opened the door to Japan's central defensive zone. Within Washington's grand island-hopping strategy, one objective was clear. Before reaching the Marshalls and the Marianas, the Gilbert Islands had to be taken. And among these tiny coral atolls, Tarawa, specifically the island of Batio, stood out as the primary target. For Japan, Tarawa was far more than a dot on the map. Since early 1943, they had turned the atoll into a steel fortress, manned by thousands of troops, reinforced with concrete bunkers, coastal guns, machine gun nests, and minefields. Japanese commanders boasted that 1,000 men on Tarawa could hold off an entire American division. For the United States, however, capturing Tarawa meant seizing a vital airfield, controlling the surrounding sea lanes, and clearing the path into the very heart of the Japanese Empire. In this context, November 1943 saw the Battle of Tarawa erupt, a clash that lasted only 4 days, yet entered history as one of the bloodiest and most haunting amphibious assaults of the Second World War. 6 a.m., November 20th, 1943. The Battle of Tarawa began. As dawn broke, the sky turned crimson under the barrage from 12 U.S. battleships, accompanied by cruisers and destroyers. Dive bombers from the carriers Bunker Hill and Essex swooped down, unloading bombs across Batio Island. The atoll shook under the storm of fire, with massive columns of smoke and flame rising like volcanic eruptions. Many Japanese positions were destroyed, and nearly 40% of the garrison may have been wiped out. Yet, sheltered in bunkers and reinforced shelters, most Japanese soldiers survived, staggered out bloodied from the shock, and immediately manned their posts. Admiral Shibasaki remained confident. Before the Americans lay only a narrow sand spit, fully exposed to his guns. At 8:55 a.m., U.S. naval fire ceased earlier than planned, as smoke and dust obscured visibility for covering fire. On the transport decks, U.S. Marines boarded their amphibious tractors, the LVT Alligators, ready to storm the beaches. At 9 a.m., dozens of LVTs roared away from the transports toward Batio's northern shore. Many Marines believed the island had already been flattened. In reality, the Japanese were waiting. By 9:10 a.m., the first bursts of Japanese fire tore across the lagoon. Hidden pillboxes unleashed heavy machine guns, 20mm cannons, and 81mm mortars. The morning tide was too low and many LVTs became stranded on the reef. Others were hit and exploded in flames. Behind them, dozens of LCVP Higgins boats also ran aground more than 500 meters from the beach, forcing Marines to wade ashore in chest-deep water, fully exposed. With no cover, they became easy targets for machine guns and snipers firing from the shoreline. The carnage was immediate. Company L, 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, lost 35% of its men before even reaching land. Within minutes, 17 of the battalion's 37 officers were dead. Survivors crawled across the narrow strip of sand, clustering behind a low seawall of logs and sandbags, the only shelter from the storm of bullets. Amid the chaos, countless tragic scenes unfolded. Corporal Norman S. Moyes was thrown from his LVT when a shell struck. Dazed, he saw a fellow Marine dragging himself onto the burning vehicle, his left shoulder ripped apart, his beating heart exposed. The man begged for water. Moyes scrambled forward, found a surviving canteen, and pressed it into his comrade's hands. The Marine gulped down a few precious mouthfuls and whispered his thanks. On Batio's bloody shore, moments like this repeated endlessly, as Marines paid in blood for every step across the reef on that first morning at Tarawa. By midday on November 20th, after nearly 3 hours of fighting since the landing, the surviving Marines had secured a narrow strip of ground along the northern shore. just enough to form a fragile beachhead, only a few dozen meters from the island's airstrip. Yet every attempt to push further inland was stopped cold by the heavy crossfire of Japanese machine guns and mortars. Each Marine who tried to advance immediately became a target for a waiting gun. With mounting losses, the Americans were forced to halt, dig in, and turn the blood-soaked beach into a staging ground for the next assault. At the front, Colonel David Shute, commander of the 2nd Marine Regiment, had barely stepped ashore when shrapnel from an artillery round wounded his leg. He quickly bandaged himself and moved along the line, rallying shaken units and personally directing demolition teams to blast apart pillboxes near the pier, clearing the way for reinforcements. On the eastern flank, the first light M3 Stuart tanks that made it ashore were destroyed almost immediately by Japanese anti-tank fire. Not until around noon did 6 M4 Shermans manage to land on Red Beach 2, finally providing limited support that allowed infantry to push roughly 300 meters inland. Even so, American losses in equipment on the first day were staggering. Over half of the 120 landing craft and amphibious vehicles committed to the assault had been destroyed or disabled. Along the narrow shoreline, wrecked boats and burned-out hulks littered the sand, mixed with hundreds of fallen Marines. The surf was stained red with blood, carrying helmets, packs, shattered planks, and the lifeless bodies of young men. Meanwhile, at the underground Japanese command post on the island's southern end, Admiral Shibasaki, commander of the Baitio garrison, was killed instantly when a 127mm naval shell struck his bunker, along with most of his staff. It was a crippling blow to Japanese command and control. Yet the troops on the front lines had no idea their general was dead. Toward evening, junior officers tried to organize a counterattack for the night, but with communication severed, units acted independently and without coordination. That night, the Japanese could only mount scattered harassment. Small groups swam out to sunken LVTS to seize machine guns, while others dashed from cover to fire quick bursts before disappearing again. No large-scale counterattack ever came. The tropical night was suffocating, heavy with the stench of smoke, blood, and death. From beyond the surf came the cries of wounded men, echoing across the dark, only to fall silent one by one. A surviving Marine later recalled that through the first and second nights, he could still hear comrades calling for help, until the sharks, drawn by the blood in the water, finished them off. The horror of those sounds never left those who endured them. Through the long hours of darkness, exhausted Marines clung to their rifles and held their fragile foothold on Tarawa's beach, whispering the same hope: to survive until dawn, when reinforcements would come. At dawn on November 21st, the second day of battle, the first rays of sunlight revealed the devastation along Baitio's beaches. Hundreds of bodies lay scattered beside shattered seawalls, mingled with waterlogged packs, broken rifles, and helmets tossed by the tide. During the night, Japanese troops had set up additional machine gun nests, sealing off the gaps between Red Beaches 2 and 3, where U.S. Marines were struggling to link up. Realizing the enemy still held firm, Marine Command ordered a full-scale assault across the beachhead. From his flagship offshore, Major General Julian Smith directed his forces to drive forward, splitting the Japanese into two groups. One pushed toward the eastern tip, the other forced back into the west. The reserve 6th Marine Regiment was called ashore to reinforce the line. On the left flank, the objective was Green Beach, at the island's western end, where a new landing zone could be opened behind enemy positions. That morning, on the southwest of Baitio, Major Michael P. Ryan rallied about 200 scattered men, Marines, engineers, sailors, and mechanics who had been separated during the chaotic first day. This improvised unit, soon nicknamed the Orphan Battalion, pressed forward with the support of the only 2 Sherman tanks still operational. They struck hard at Green Beach, where defenses were thinner. Japanese troops fought back fiercely, but Ryan called in naval gunfire with pinpoint accuracy, blasting pillboxes one by one. By early afternoon, the Stars and Stripes flew above Green Beach. The entire western tip of Betio was in American hands. For his bold leadership, Ryan was later awarded the Navy Cross, one of the highest honors of the U.S. Navy. Meanwhile, in the center of the beachhead, Marines at Red 2 and Red 3 struggled to advance. Japanese fire from new positions blocked communication between the two landing forces for much of the morning. Only after U.S. heavy machine guns were hauled forward at midday were the enemy strong points silenced. Seizing the momentum, Marines crossed the island's central airstrip and captured a line of abandoned trenches south of the runway. By the afternoon, Japanese defenders were split into two pockets, one entrenched at the eastern end of the airstrip, the other clinging to a small resistance pocket between Red Beaches 1 and 2. Late in the day, U.S. scouts reported what seemed to be a Japanese attempt to retreat from Betio's eastern tip across a sandbar to nearby Bairiki Island. Admiral Harry Hill immediately ordered elements of the 6th Marines, led by Lieutenant Colonel Ray Murray, to land on Bairiki and cut off the escape. At 4:55 p.m., American troops stormed ashore. They encountered scattered fire from a single Japanese pillbox, quickly eliminated by a naval airstrike. Once the island was secured, Marines discovered only a few dozen defenders manning a lone machine gun. No mass retreat had taken place. Still, the capture of Bairiki ensured that no reinforcements or escape routes remained for the Japanese garrison on Betio. By the end of November 21, after 2 days of bloody fighting, U.S. flags flew at both ends of the island. Green Beach and the northern sector of the airstrip were firmly in American hands, and the Marine line now stretched from the north shore to the south, effectively splitting Betio in two. The eastern tip, less than 20% of the island, remained under Japanese control, with only a few hundred defenders left. That night, Colonel Merritt, Red Mike Edson, came ashore to relieve Colonel David Shoup, who had held command under fire for 48 exhausting hours. Shoup, wounded and worn down, had nevertheless secured the beachhead. That afternoon, he had sent a brief but immortal report back to headquarters offshore. Casualties many, percentage dead unknown. Combat efficiency, we are winning. Those simple words captured the turning tide. On the second day of Tarawa, amid the carnage, U.S. Marines had begun to sense victory on the blood-soaked sands of Betio. November 22nd, the third day of the battle. At first light, U.S. Marines consolidated their newly won positions along Red Beaches 1 and 2. Small landing craft ferried ammunition, rations, and casualties between the ships offshore and the beach. During the night, Marine artillery had emplaced their first 75mm howitzers, ready to support the next assault. At 8 a.m., with Green Beach secured on the western tip, Navy landing craft brought ashore the remaining Sherman tanks, long-barreled guns, and heavy equipment. These reinforcements were rushed to the front in preparation for the final push. The objective for D+2 was clear: crush the last Japanese resistance, destroy the stronghold at the island's eastern tip, and eliminate the pocket of defenders between Red 1 and Red 2. By noon, the 1st Battalion, 6th Marines under Major William Bill Jones advanced east from Green Beach along the southern shore. At 12:30 p.m., hundreds of Marines surged across the airstrip, linking up with units pressing south from the northern pier, steadily driving the Japanese toward the island's far end. Behind them rumbled Shermans, nicknamed Colorado and China Gal, the steel beasts the men had come to trust. By midday, smoke and fire rose thick over eastern Betio, the ground trembling under the weight of the final offensive. By afternoon, momentum was entirely with the Americans. Marine units linked up, forming a ring around the remaining defenders. Infantry, tanks, and engineers with flamethrowers worked methodically, wiping out isolated strongpoints. Surrounded and exhausted, many Japanese chose ritual death, detonating grenades, turning pistols on themselves, or falling on their bayonets. By nightfall, resistance had dwindled to 2 pockets. A few dozen men clinging between Red 1 and Red 2, and several hundred more huddled at the eastern tip, backs to the sea. At about 7:30 p.m., Marines detected enemy movement near their lines. Small Japanese groups attempted to crawl through, preparing for a night counterattack. Major Jones quickly ordered an artillery barrage. The 75mm howitzers lit up the night, shredding the assault before it could form. Still, the Japanese refused to yield. At 3 a.m. on November 23rd, the Eastern Front erupted. Blowing horns and shouting banzai, over 300 Japanese launched a final desperate charge against the lines of the 1st Battalion, 6th Marines. Under the eerie glow of flares, waves of men stormed forward with fixed bayonets, screaming wildly. Many wore the white 1,000-stitch belts as they hurled themselves at the American trenches. It was a last act of defiance, fought with the certainty of death. The final night on Baitio turned into a brutal showdown. In the suffocating darkness, U.S. Marines held their sandbagged lines, calmly firing and hurling grenades to stop the frenzied banzai charges. Japanese bodies piled before the wire, hand-to-hand combat raged in the trenches, and Lieutenant Norman Thomas survived by shooting his attacker at point-blank range with a Colt 45. Offshore, American destroyers fired within mere yards of their own lines, helping to break the suicidal assault. By dawn on November 23rd, more than 300 Japanese lay dead, while the 1/6th Marines lost 45 men and over 120 wounded. But the line held. That morning, the Marines launched their final assault. After punishing naval and air bombardments, Shermans and engineers smashed the remaining bunkers. By 9 a.m., both flanks linked at the eastern tip. By noon, the last pockets of resistance were eliminated. At 1:30 p.m., U.S. Command declared the operation complete. The Stars and Stripes rose over the ruins, ending 76 hours of hell and shattering Japan's boast of Tarawa's invincibility. On the evening of November 23rd, Baitio, an island barely 3 square kilometers in size, lay in haunting ruin. Everywhere were corpses and twisted steel. Burned-out Japanese tanks sat as charred hulks on the sand. American LVTS and jeeps lay wrecked and smoking, their frames contorted. Along cratered beaches, Japanese bodies were heaped around bunkers where they had fought to the last. Intermixed were the fallen U.S. Marines, their uniforms faded gray-blue against the white coral sand, lying still in grotesque postures. In the lagoon, the rising tide began to carry bodies out to sea, drifting into the vast Pacific. Lieutenant General Holland Howlin' Mad Smith, commander of V Amphibious Corps, remarked that the battlefield of Tarawa could be compared to the dead ground of Gettysburg. War correspondents branded Baitio the Tarawa Butcher's Yard. In his journal, Smith himself recorded that the sight of American bodies washed ashore or floating with the tide would forever scar his memory. The casualty figures were staggering. Of the 4,690 Japanese defenders, nearly all were killed. Only 17 were taken prisoner, most too badly wounded to commit suicide. More than 1,000 Korean laborers forced into service also perished. 1,071 dead, only 129 survivors, most wounded, rescued by U.S. forces. On the American side, of the roughly 12,000 Marines who fought, 894 were killed outright, 84 later died of wounds, and more than 2,200 were wounded. In total, 3,166 casualties, over 1/4 of the force, were sustained in just 3 days, a shocking toll for a small coral atoll. News of Tarawa's bloody victory reverberated across the United States. Headlines read, "Over 1,000 Americans die to take a speck of coral." Thousands of grieving families wrote furious letters to the Navy Department, questioning why so many lives were spent for a place few had ever heard of. Even General Smith, in his later memoirs, condemned the operation, calling it a terrible mistake that led to needless losses. Yet other senior commanders defended the decision. Admiral Chester Nimitz declared that Tarawa had smashed the first gate of Japan's outer defenses, clearing the path to the Marshall Islands. The U.S. Senate, after hearings, concluded that Tarawa was a costly but necessary lesson, forcing the military to refine amphibious doctrine for the battles ahead. Indeed, just 10 weeks later, the Marshall's campaign showcased improvements in landing procedures, naval fire support, and hydrographic reconnaissance, all learned in blood at Tarawa. For the Marines who fought there, Tarawa remained etched in memory forever. They had watched comrades fall by the minute, endured hours of terror on a corpse-strewn beach, and seen courage at its most extreme when life and death balanced on a knife's edge. As Time magazine wrote at the end of 1943, last week some 5,000 Marines, most of whom are now dead or wounded, gave the nation a name to set alongside Concord Bridge, the Alamo, Little Big Horn, and Belleau Wood. That name is Tarawa. From an obscure coral atoll, Tarawa entered history as a grim monument, a place where sacrifice and resolve overcame arrogance, and where the blood of thousands etched one of the most heroic and harrowing chapters of World War II. Tarawa demonstrated that America's counteroffensive across the Pacific would not be a rapid advance, but a chain of campaigns in which every step forward could demand a heavy price. On that small coral atoll, the United States learned in blood that capturing Japan's fortified island strongholds would require far more than overwhelming firepower alone. But Tarawa also forced Washington to recognize something else. Not every Japanese defensive position needed to be assaulted directly at all costs. In a war stretched across thousands of miles of ocean, isolation, severed supply lines, and strategic neutralization could sometimes prove more effective than a bloody frontal landing. That thinking began to shape the next step at New Britain, where the objective was not simply to seize territory, but to break the broader defensive system surrounding Rabaul, one of Japan's most important strongholds in the South Pacific. If Tarawa was the bloody lesson of direct amphibious warfare, then New Britain showed how the United States was beginning to combine military power with a more effective strategy of encirclement and neutralization. In 1943, as the tide of the Pacific War began to turn, the Allied forces launched a campaign to dismantle the power of Rabaul, Japan's main stronghold on New Britain Island, part of the Bismarck Archipelago. At that time, Rabaul served as the nerve center of Japan's entire southwestern Pacific front. More than 100,000 Japanese troops were stationed there, supported by a network of airfields, harbors, fuel depots, and underground tunnels, making it one of the most impregnable fortresses of the empire. General Douglas MacArthur, after his withdrawal from the Philippines, believed that neutralizing Rabaul was the key to reclaiming Manila. However, by the fall of 1943, Allied strategists realized that a direct assault on Rabaul would cost far too many lives and take far too long to be feasible. Instead, they devised a new, more calculated plan, Operation Cartwheel. The goal was to surround and isolate Rabaul, breaking the wheel by capturing key surrounding islands and outposts, effectively strangling the fortress into submission by cutting off its air and sea supply routes. Within this strategy, New Britain Island played a crucial role. Securing its western portion, especially the Japanese airfields at Cape Gloucester, would allow the Allies to establish air bases from which they could strike Rabaul from a safe distance, turning it into a starved, helpless citadel in the middle of the Pacific. On December 15, 1943, the opening shots were fired. Under the codename Operation Dexterity, Task Force 76 of the U.S. 7th Fleet, commanded by Rear Admiral Daniel Barbie, carried out a landing on the Arawe Peninsula on New Britain's southwest coast. The vanguard was the 112th Cavalry Regiment, a mechanized infantry unit of the U.S. Army. Before dawn, they approached the shore of Cape Merkus through thick mist, tasked with establishing a beachhead and blocking Japanese reinforcements from the south. As the landing craft advanced through the dark surf, Allied warships unleashed a torrent of fire onto the coconut groves lining the beach. Moments later, amphibious LVTS surged forward through smoke and debris, carrying U.S. troops ashore under covering fire from naval guns and aircraft. Japanese resistance was surprisingly weak. Only a few scattered machine gun nests fired back. The defenders had been completely caught off guard. Allied air raids had previously skipped over Arawe, leading the Japanese to believe it was safe. By noon, the 112th Cavalry had captured Amalut Plantation and quickly dug in, creating a solid beachhead on the island's southwest coast. A few days later, the Japanese launched a small counterattack, but were repelled when U.S. forces brought in light tanks and artillery for support. The fighting around Arawe soon faded. Japanese units withdrew into the jungle, fortifying positions around a small airstrip. By early 1944, the Arawe area was firmly under Allied control. In truth, the Arawe landing was a diversionary strike, a feint meant to mislead Japanese commanders and draw their attention away from the main assault at Cape Gloucester. Yet this secondary attack proved highly effective. It disrupted coastal supply lines, confused Japanese intelligence, and played a vital part in the overall success of the New Britain campaign. 11 days after the landing at Arawe at dawn on December 26, 1943, just one day after Christmas, the Allied fleet appeared off Cape Gloucester. As daylight broke, U.S. Marines on deck saw the dense tropical forest stretching along the shoreline. This was the main objective of the New Britain campaign, to capture Cape Gloucester airfield and secure control of the entire western part of the island. Under the command of Major General William H. Rupertus, the 1st Marine Division, veterans of Guadalcanal, was assigned to spearhead the assault. Before the landing, American and Australian naval guns from Task Force 74 unleashed heavy bombardment on Japanese coastal defenses. At 7:45 a.m., the first landing craft hit the beaches. Marines waded through waist-deep surf, rifles held high to keep them dry, and advanced toward shore without encountering resistance. Ahead of them lay thick mangrove swamps and tangled vegetation. The first wave paused briefly, then began hacking their way inland with machetes. From the very first steps, they realized that their true enemy was not only the Japanese, but also the unforgiving land itself. In later accounts, the men referred to Cape Gloucester with a grim nickname, the Green Inferno. The name was no exaggeration. The terrain was a maze of swamps and sucking mud where every movement became a struggle. One area, later dubbed Damp Flats, was so treacherous that Marines repeatedly sank waist-deep and had to be pulled out by comrades. The thick mud clung to their boots like glue, making progress nearly impossible, especially for those carrying heavy gear. Along the coast, unstable ground often swallowed men to their chests, while in the jungle, dead or shattered trees loomed overhead, ready to collapse at any moment. Ironically, the first Marine casualty at Cape Gloucester wasn't killed by enemy fire. He was crushed by a falling tree. Beyond the terrain, the climate and environment drained the troops' strength. The air reeked of decay, heat, and rot. The jungle was alive with mosquitoes, leeches, spiders, hornets, centipedes, and scorpions. Many described it as a deadly forest, a place where survival itself was a battle. Then, as the troops crept cautiously through the still jungle, the silence was shattered by the crack of rifle fire. The sound echoed through the trees. The Japanese had begun to fight back. The battle for Cape Gloucester had officially begun, deep within the Green Inferno. Although naval bombardment had destroyed most of the Japanese coastal fortifications, the enemy showed no intention of giving up Cape Gloucester airfield easily. Colonel Iwao Matsuda, commander of Japanese forces in western New Britain, had positioned about 4,000 elite troops of the 53rd Regiment to defend the airfield and nearby Borgan Bay. They built an extensive network of trenches, tunnels, and traps hidden within the jungle, waiting for the Marines to advance. Once the beachhead was secure, the U.S. 1st Marine Division immediately began its assault. Patrols fanned out into the forest, and sporadic gunfire soon escalated into fierce firefights as American troops met the enemy's forward defenses. Initially stunned by the naval barrage, the Japanese regrouped within hours, fighting with the determination of the samurai code. As one U.S. report later noted, they chose to die in place, no matter how many Marines came ashore. The defenders of Gloucester fought to the last, refusing to yield even under overwhelming firepower. Throughout December 26th, heavy combat raged near the beaches. 2 battalions of the 1st Marine Regiment hacked through the jungle toward the airfield, their primary objective, while elements of the 7th Marines staged a diversionary landing to the west to split enemy forces. Hills codenamed Target Hill, Hill 660, and Aogiri Ridge erupted in gunfire as Japanese snipers and machine gunners fired from concealed bunkers. On the main front, Company K, 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines encountered a well-fortified trench system guarding the airfield. Flamethrowers and bazookas were deployed, but the jungle's humidity and soft soil rendered them nearly useless. Flames sputtered out, and 60-millimeter rockets bounced harmlessly off the earthen bunkers. Amid choking smoke and gunfire, Marines fired M1 carbines at shadowy figures in the trees. During one chaotic exchange, an Amtrak amphibious tractor pushed forward to deliver ammunition. Its .50 caliber machine gun tore through suspected Japanese positions before the vehicle became stuck between fallen trees. Instantly, Japanese troops swarmed from their trenches, throwing grenades and firing submachine guns, killing the 2 gunners. The driver managed to escape briefly, then leapt back into the cab, restarted the engine, and rammed straight ahead, crushing a bunker and collapsing the tunnel beneath it. Moments later, a Marine squad arrived, hurling grenades and rifle fire into the destroyed position, wiping out the remaining defenders. By evening, the Japanese launched a counterattack aimed at driving the Americans back into the sea, but their charges were shattered by Browning machine guns and precise 105mm artillery fire from offshore warships. By dawn on December 27th, the surrounding hills and beaches were firmly in Marine hands. The fighting, however, was far from over. Japanese forces fell back to defend the airfield itself. That morning, the 1st Marines renewed their assault, seizing Target Hill, a key high point, after intense combat. A Japanese 75mm gun on the hill had fired several ineffective rounds at the landing craft before being captured. The advance paused briefly as reinforcements and supplies were brought ashore, but on December 29th, supported by M4 Sherman tanks and artillery, the Marines launched their final assault. They overran the last pockets of resistance and secured the entire Cape Gloucester airfield complex. As the smoke cleared, the American flag was raised over ground littered with bomb craters and the charred remains of aircraft. After 3 days of relentless combat, the Allies had achieved their goal. The western coast of New Britain was in their hands, and Rabaul was now within reach of total isolation. Though victory came quickly, nature soon turned against the soldiers who had set foot on Cape Gloucester. On the evening of December 26, 1943, the sky suddenly darkened, the wind howled through the jungle, and then the tropical rain poured down in torrents. The downpour lasted 5 straight days, turning the entire area into a sea of mud. Water cascading from the hills flooded the beaches and washed away makeshift roads, paralyzing all wheeled and tracked vehicles. Only the amphibious Amtrak could still move, becoming the sole means of delivering ammunition and food to troops deep in the jungle. The harsh weather continued for weeks. Rain fell almost daily, camps were knee-deep in mud, Uniforms never dried, and the men lived in cold, damp air, surrounded by the stench of mold and swarms of insects. Storm winds tore apart tarps, lightning brought down rotting trees, and flashes lit the night sky so often that Marines thought they were under attack. In that suffocating chaos, many wondered which would kill them first, the enemy's bullets or the fury of the island itself. Yet the brutal conditions failed to break their resolve. In early January 1944, Japanese forces were still entrenched on the southern ridges near Gloucester Airfield. Believing a sizable force remained, U.S. commanders ordered a final sweep to clear the area. On January 2nd, Marine battalions spread out through the jungle, searching every trench and hidden bunker. About 3,000 troops of Japan's 141st Regiment resisted fiercely, buying time for the main body to retreat eastward. Small skirmishes flared across the muddy hills. Some Japanese units fought to the last man, repelling several Marine assaults before being crushed by American tanks. On the night of December 30th, nearly 100 Japanese soldiers launched a desperate suicide attack on the western perimeter, fighting hand-to-hand for 5 hours in the rain before being annihilated. When the operation ended, the Americans realized most of the enemy had already escaped. By January 16th, the 1st Marine Division declared Cape Gloucester fully secured, 3 weeks after D-Day. Over 300 U.S. Marines had been killed and more than 1,000 wounded, while the Japanese lost around 2,000 men, many to bombs, disease, or suicide. By mid-January, the Japanese High Command at Rabaul accepted that the battle was lost. General Hitoshi Imamura ordered General Yasushi Sakai to withdraw from western New Britain to preserve what remained of his troops. On January 21st, Major General Iwao Matsuda received the order to retreat eastward and link up with units regrouping in the island's center. The withdrawal began under cover of darkness, the Japanese moving through jungle paths and dry stream beds toward Talisea, a small peninsula with an airstrip to serve as a temporary base. The Marines pursued but advanced slowly, hampered by distance, terrain, and weather. For the next 2 months, only sporadic clashes occurred as both sides settled into stalemate. The New Britain campaign had entered a new phase. Japanese forces now concentrated on defending Rabaul, while the Allies consolidated their gains in the west, establishing 3 strongholds: Cape Gloucester, Arawe, and Talisea, gradually tightening the noose around what was once the beating heart of Japan's Pacific Empire. In early March 1944, to accelerate the tightening of the Allied encirclement, commanders launched one final strike to block the Japanese retreat. Operation Appease was set in motion under Colonel Oliver Smith, leading a task force composed of the reinforced 5th Marine Regiment, about 3,000 men, and several Australian support units. At dawn on March 6, 1944, they landed quietly on the Willamette Peninsula, quickly seized the Valupai plantation at its narrow tip, and advanced eastward toward the Talisea airstrip. But the pursuit through the jungle proved far from easy. A small Japanese force, just a few platoons, used the terrain skillfully, delaying the Marines long enough for General Yasushi Sakai's main body to withdraw eastward. After 3 days of fighting, U.S. forces secured Talisea, but the attempt to cut off the retreating Japanese failed. Casualties were light, 17 Americans killed and over 100 wounded, while about 150 Japanese died, most of them rearguard troops who fought to the death. After this battle, combat on New Britain effectively ceased. The Japanese pulled back to the Gazelle Peninsula, the site of the heavily fortified Rabaul, while Allied forces halted midway across the island, consolidating their positions and shifting attention to more critical fronts. Meanwhile, the Allied air campaign against Rabaul had already achieved stunning success. Since November 1943, the U.S. 5th Air Force had launched relentless bombing raids to support the Bougainville landings. Hundreds of B-24 Liberators and B-25 Mitchells from New Guinea and Bougainville dropped thousands of tons of bombs on the Japanese stronghold, sinking or crippling nearly every warship and transport anchored in Simpson Harbor. Once a thriving tropical port, Rabaul was reduced to rubble. Major airfields such as Vunacanao and Tobera were left cratered and useless. To survive, the Japanese dug extensive tunnels into the volcanic hills, moving stockpiles of ammunition, food, and fuel underground. This reduced supply losses but crippled their transport capacity. By February 1944, Japan had completely halted all sea convoys to Rabaul. Any ship sent there was doomed. The last air sortie from Rabaul took place on February 19, 1944, when exhausted Japanese pilots attempted to intercept incoming B-24s. Only a few Zero fighters managed to take off, and nearly all were shot down. From then on, Rabaul's skies belonged entirely to the Allies. The defenders could do little more than fire their 75mm anti-aircraft guns hopelessly into the clouds whenever the sound of American bombers echoed overhead. By March 1944, Imperial headquarters ordered the 8th Area Army to hold Rabaul as long as humanly possible, determined to tie down Allied forces even if completely cut off. Rabaul had become a tropical Stalingrad, a vast army trapped in isolation, forbidden to surrender. In April 1944, the battle-worn 1st Marine Division, exhausted after 4 brutal months in the Green Inferno, was withdrawn to rest. They were replaced by the newly arrived 40th Infantry Division from California, assigned to garrison and defense duty. For the remainder of the year, the New Britain front grew silent. The Americans maintained 3 isolated footholds in the west and center of the island, while the Japanese entrenched themselves around Rabaul. Between them stretched miles of deserted jungle, disturbed only by occasional skirmishes between scouts and patrols. Sometimes, soldiers from both sides stumbled upon each other beside a stream or in an abandoned village, glancing warily before backing away, as if silently agreeing to an unspoken truce on this forsaken land. An eerie stillness settled over New Britain, broken only by the distant roar of Allied bombers crossing the sky, their engines fading toward the horizon as they unleashed another storm of fire upon the hell of Rabaul. By the end of 1944, the balance of the Pacific War had shifted entirely. General Douglas MacArthur fulfilled his famous promise, "I shall return," by landing in the Philippines that October, while Admiral Chester W. Nimitz's Pacific Fleet swept through the ocean, reclaiming the Mariana Islands and advancing toward Japan's shores. In this new strategic reality, Rabaul became invisible. The Allies no longer saw any reason to attack it. The Japanese forces there were already destroyed in every strategic sense. By mid-1944, even the Japanese command at Rabaul had realized the bitter truth. The enemy would not waste a single soldier to take Rabaul. They would simply wait for its defenders to wither away. Still, bound by the iron discipline of the Imperial Army, General Hitoshi Imamura obeyed orders and continued to fortify the base. Across the Gazelle Peninsula, tens of thousands of Japanese troops and local laborers worked day and night, carving hundreds of bunkers, gun emplacements, trenches, and minefields, turning Rabaul into an impregnable fortress. Allied intelligence at the time estimated about 38,000 men still held out there, but the true number was nearly 70,000. Including roughly 53,000 Army troops and 16,000 Navy personnel, most concentrated around the stronghold. Cut off completely from Japan, they endured, not fought, driven by sheer will and a fanatical sense of duty. By the end of 1944, only 2 aircraft remained operational at Rabaul. Every major warship had been sunk, leaving just a few hundred small boats for coastal transport. Many units had nothing left to do but farm. Australian reports describe Japanese soldiers clearing jungle to plant rice and vegetables, raising pigs and chickens, still wearing their uniforms as they bent over the muddy fields. Once a proud expeditionary army that had swept across Asia, they were now trapped, forced to live off the land as prisoners of their own empire. On November 16, 1944, U.S. command officially handed control of New Britain to Australian forces, allowing America to redirect its strength to the Philippines. The 5th Australian Division, led by Major General Allen Ramsey, took over. Their mission sounded simple: to contain the Japanese garrison at Rabaul and prevent any threat to other fronts. But in reality, even that demanded blood. The Australians launched a series of small amphibious operations along the northern and southern coasts, advancing eastward to establish a defensive line from Wide Bay to Open Bay, effectively sealing the Japanese inside the eastern tip of the island. From late 1944 through mid-1945, small Australian detachments moved silently at night, crossing rivers and creeping through dense jungle to land on deserted beaches. They split the island in two, one side safe, the other a wasteland. Occasional skirmishes broke out when they encountered weak but stubborn Japanese outposts. The exhausted enemy fought briefly, then slipped back into the trees. In the endless rainforests, the only sounds were wind and insects, mingling with the weary breaths of Australian commandos. By March 1945, the wide-open line was complete, signaling the closing act of the New Britain campaign. On the other side, tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers lived like ghosts, forgotten by the world. Isolation ate away at their spirit more than bombs ever could. By early 1945, they received almost no news from home, only curt mechanical orders: continue holding position. Around Rabaul, they dug deep into volcanic hills, creating vast underground networks, part storage, part shelter. They lived like moles, hiding during daylight to avoid Allied reconnaissance planes, venturing out only at night to gather firewood or scavenge for food. With no medicine, disease spread uncontrollably. One desperate report from a Japanese unit read, 14 missing, 10 dead from fever. Malaria is our main problem, dysentery second. I do not know a single man who hasn't suffered from one or both. Death came quietly, not from bullets, but from exhaustion, through fever, starvation, and despair. Many young soldiers still clung to the illusion that the Empire would send reinforcements. But deep inside, they knew the truth. No one was coming. They had been abandoned, left to die with their honor intact, loyal to an emperor who would never see them again. In August 1945, 2 atomic bombs struck Japan, forcing the Empire of the Rising Sun to surrender unconditionally. The news reached Rabaul slowly through crippled communication lines, but eventually it arrived. After nearly 2 years under siege, about 69,000 surviving Japanese soldiers emerged from their underground tunnels and laid down their arms before the Allies. On September 6, 1945, aboard the HMS Glory anchored off Rabaul, General Hitoshi Imamura and Vice Admiral Jinichi Kusaka signed the instrument of surrender. Nearly 70,000 Japanese troops, including 21 generals and 14,000 officers, formally ended 4 brutal years of occupation. Rabaul, once the pride of the Imperial Japanese Army, was now a wasteland of shattered bunkers, charred ammunition depots, and wrecked Zero fighters scattered across the airfields. The Battle of New Britain ended without a final confrontation, leaving behind mangrove forests, rusted trenches, and countless unmarked graves. This was a war not won by firepower, but by the relentless toll of time, disease, and nature. American soldiers endured swamps, fever, and sleepless nights, haunted by fear. Japanese troops, isolated and starving, withered away in the jungle. Over 2,000 Japanese were killed at Cape Gloucester, thousands more perished from hunger and illness, and 300 Australian soldiers fell in the final clashes, even after victory was assured. The island, once called a tropical paradise, had become a graveyard for both sides. The campaign achieved its military goal, neutralizing Rabaul. But the human cost was immense. And when the war finally ended, those who survived, Japanese and Allied alike, carried with them wounds, visible and invisible, that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. For them, war had truly been hell on earth. New Britain demonstrated that America's counteroffensive strategy was becoming increasingly mature. Rather than charging directly into every heavily fortified Japanese stronghold, Washington began combining amphibious assaults, air power, and encirclement to isolate major bases like Rabaul, gradually breaking the enemy's defensive system without paying the full cost of direct assault on every front. But isolating strategic strongholds was only one part of the war. To push deeper into the Central Pacific, the United States still had to directly break through key island chains, blocking the route to the Marshall Islands and beyond. In early 1944, that advance brought American forces to Kwajalein, a critical Japanese defensive center in the Marshall Islands. Here, the bloody lessons of Tarawa and the strategic experience of New Britain began to merge into a more effective campaign, where the United States was not only attacking with greater force, but with better coordination between naval power, air superiority, and amphibious assault. If New Britain reflected the refinement of strategic thinking, then Kwajalein showed how those lessons were beginning to transform into an increasingly precise, faster, and more dangerous war machine on the road toward Japan. In the vast blue expanse of the Pacific in 1944, the Marshall Islands appeared like a giant ring of coral, dotted with narrow strips of land scattered across endless seas and skies. For the Japanese, this was the outer wall of defense, the place where they believed they could halt the unstoppable advance of the U.S. Navy. For the Americans, after the heavy price paid at Tarawa, the Marshalls became the key to opening the road to the Marianas, and beyond that, to Japan itself. That is why Admiral Chester Nimitz approved Operation Flintlock, a bold plan to bypass the small outlying islands and strike directly at the center of the Kwajalein Atoll, the very heart of the Japanese defensive chain. Kwajalein was not merely a curved strip of land nestled inside a lagoon. It was a crucial link in Japan's supply line. Here lay a deep-water harbor, an airfield for bombers, and stockpiles of fuel, munitions, and rice. Over 5,000 Japanese troops, along with thousands of Korean and Okinawan laborers, were stationed on the main island, while Roy Namur to the north held another 3,000 men guarding the airfield and ammunition depots. Reinforced concrete bunkers, 127mm naval guns, 75mm anti-tank weapons, and heavy machine guns buried in underground shelters turned Kwajalein into a fortress of steel. The Japanese High Command had ordered their men to fight to the last bullet, signaling a confrontation that would show no mercy. But this time, the enemy they faced was no longer the inexperienced Marines of Tarawa. After that bloodbath, the Pacific Command had learned hard lessons. Divisions slated for the assault, trained for months in Hawaii. Marines learned to maneuver amphibious tractors through heavy surf, to use plow blades mounted on LVTS to clear obstacles, and to coordinate closely with naval gunfire as they approached the shore. For the first time, LVTAS, armed with 37mm guns, would provide direct fire support from the sea. On Hawaii's beaches, mock-ups of Japanese bunkers and coral reefs were built for day and night rehearsals. Military doctors trained to administer aid on the Amtraks, while offshore, white-hulled hospital ships stood ready to receive the wounded. Every measure was taken to ensure Kwajalein would not become another Tarawa. Operation Flintlock officially began in late November 1943, when American airstrikes and naval bombardments rained down on the Marshall Islands. From December 4th onward, nearly every day, the skies above trembled with the roar of engines and falling bombs. For weeks on end, B-24 bombers and U.S. warships pounded relentlessly, reducing Japanese airfields, fortifications, and defensive lines to rubble. This was not merely a prelude, but a carefully orchestrated preparation for a joint assault. The U.S. Army's 7th Infantry Division would strike the southern island of Kwajalein, while the 4th Marine Division was tasked with seizing the twin islands of Roy Namur to the north. To clear the way into the lagoon, advance units were ordered to capture the outlying islets, establish artillery positions, and secure safe corridors for the main landing force. At dawn on January 31st, 1944, around 3:30, in the dim light before sunrise, Marine reconnaissance units suddenly stormed the tiny islets of Jacob, Ivan, Albert, and Abraham along the atoll's reef, quickly turning them into artillery platforms. At the same time, Army troops of the 7th Division seized Carter and Cecil Islands west of Kwajalein, sealing the entrances to the lagoon. Once the positions were secure, at exactly 6 a.m., U.S. naval guns opened fire, salvo after salvo crashing down on Japanese defenses like hammers of steel. Throughout January 31st and into the morning of February 1st, the skies and seas around Kwajalein shook violently. Battleships, cruisers, and destroyers of Task Force 53 closed to within just a few thousand meters and poured direct fire into enemy fortifications. Overhead, waves of B-24s from the Gilberts dropped bombs that pulverized concrete bunkers and leveled the airfield on Roy Namur. Ammunition and fuel depots exploded into towering fireballs, tearing apart defensive positions and silencing machine guns and anti-aircraft guns. Lieutenant General Holland Smith, commander of the Marines, later admitted he had never loved the Navy so much, for it was their precise, overwhelming firepower that smashed the beach defenses. On board the transports, American soldiers felt the tremors ripple through the ships with every salvo. They knew the battle was imminent, but few realized that much of the Japanese resistance on the landing beaches had already been annihilated. On the other side, the blinding flashes and endless detonations heralded the end of days. On Roy Namur, just after 8 o'clock, artillery crews tried desperately to adjust their 127mm guns, but all lines of communication with headquarters had been severed. Many bunkers collapsed, burying soldiers alive. Young officers clawed at the rubble with their hands, finding only blood and faint, fading breaths. The defenders knew they were completely cut off. No air support, no navy, only a few days of rations and ammunition left. Yet in the spirit of Gyokusai, to die as shattered jewels rather than live in disgrace, they carved farewell messages to their families into the walls of their bunkers, gripped their rifles tightly, and waited for the enemy to come. Meanwhile, aboard the American ships, many Marines were stunned by the sheer force of their own naval guns. Each salvo shook the hulls, cups rattled across tables. From the rails, they watched black smoke and debris leap skyward, some whispering, "After all that fire, could anyone still be alive down there?" The air was heavy with the acrid blend of cordite, burning oil, and sea salt, while the thunder of guns rolled like an unbroken storm. In the south, the U.S. 7th Infantry Division under General Charles Corlett was tasked with capturing Kwajalein. Command split the force into two wings. The 184th Infantry Regiment advanced on the right, while the 32nd moved on the left. From Carter and Cecil Islands, recently seized, American artillery fired thousands of rounds in support, while battleships poured shells into the island's center. At 9:30 on February 1st, when the bombardment shifted inland, amphibious tractors, LVTS, crawled ashore, packed with soldiers heading toward beaches reduced to rubble. Only a handful of surviving Japanese snipers remained in underground shelters, since most defenses had already been crushed by the bombardment. The first steps onto Kwajalein met scattered fire, but U.S. troops quickly breached the anti-tank trench and spread inland like a rising tide. M4 Shermans followed closely, blasting each remaining bunker with 75mm fire. By noon, the Americans had reached the airfield and planted their flag on what had once been a vital Japanese supply hub. The battle for Kwajalein lasted another 3.5 days, with scattered but fierce fighting. At night, surviving Japanese soldiers launched desperate counterattacks to break the encirclement, but were repelled. By day, U.S. forces advanced yard by yard, using flamethrowers, grenades, and white phosphorus rounds to clear bunkers. The island's maze of underground shelters prolonged the struggle. Many Japanese refused to surrender, charging with bayonets in suicidal rushes. By the morning of February 4th, the 184th had driven the enemy into the island's final corner, while the 32nd secured warehouses and barracks. At 10:30 that morning, the last pockets of resistance were eliminated. Casualties reflected the overwhelming disparity: 177 Americans killed and about 1,000 wounded versus nearly 5,000 Japanese troops and Korean laborers virtually annihilated, with only a few dozen captured alive. It is estimated that 50 to 75% of Japanese defenders were killed during the initial bombardment, before the ground battle had truly begun. Meanwhile, in the north, the 4th Marine Division faced a more complicated situation. Roy, on the western side, was assigned to the 23rd Marines, while Namur in the east, dense with palm trees and reinforced bunkers, fell to the 24th Marines. The plan called for simultaneous landings at 10 o'clock on February 1st, but shortages of amphibious tractors, only about 20 LVTAS armed with 37mm guns, and several dozen LVT2s, and confusion during assembly forced H-hour to be delayed until 11:20. In the meantime, artillery from captured islets continued to pound the targets, while carrier fighters patrolled the skies, pinning down any Japanese response. At 11:33, the first Amtraks of the 23rd Marines surged through the waves onto Roy's beaches. Rockets from LCMs blanketed the shore, while LVTAS fired into shattered palm groves. As the dust cleared, Marines splashed ashore, crossing a 3-meter-wide anti-tank ditch and crawling over bomb craters filled with water. Within 20 minutes, they reached Objective 01, just a few hundred meters inland. Remaining positions were knocked out by Sherman tanks with precise 75mm rounds. Captain Scales's company, expected to face heavy resistance, instead encountered only a few isolated snipers atop collapsed bunkers. By late afternoon, the cruiser Santa Fe shelled the Nat Circle defenses at the island's center, allowing infantry to capture the airfield and warehouses. During this advance, Private First Class Richard Anderson threw himself on a Japanese grenade to save his comrades, sacrificing his life in an act of heroism that later earned him the Medal of Honor. By 1800, Roy was declared secure. Namur, however, turned into a bloody trap. As the 24th Marines crossed the anti-tank trench and pushed into the shattered palm forests, they were drawn into a labyrinth of debris and fortified bunkers. Units lost contact. Japanese fire came from every direction, and every step forward cost blood. Captain John W. Top Power led a charge, hurling grenades to silence a machine gun nest, then pressed on to destroy another concrete bunker. In shielding his men from enemy fire, he was mortally wounded, and his sacrifice was later recognized with the Medal of Honor. On Namur, every yard was bought at a terrible price. Combat engineers set charges to clear obstacles, but barbed wire and fallen palms tripped advancing troops. Japanese machine guns fired through tree trunks, 7.7mm rounds splintering wood and ricocheting into crawling Marines. Many were forced to hug the ground, planting explosives in bunker entrances and retreating as flames roared out. Sweat and grit blinded men, forcing them to wipe their eyes just to see ahead. For many young Marines, it was their first taste of true combat. They fired with their eyes shut, only daring to look once the gunfire had stopped. On the afternoon of February 1st, tragedy struck Namur. As an American engineer team demolished a warehouse along Nut Lane, no one realized it concealed Japanese torpedo warheads. The explosion erupted like thunder, sending a towering column of fire and smoke into the sky. The shockwave shook the entire island, hurling Marines through the air, killing 20 and wounding over 100. For a moment, the assault stalled. Debris rained down amid cries of agony. Officers scrambled to regroup, evacuate the wounded, and reorganize their forces amid scenes of devastation. During the night of February 1st to 2nd, surviving Japanese launched infiltration attacks and small banzai charges against U.S. positions. In the pitch darkness, silhouettes carrying bayonets dashed forward. Rifle fire, shouts, and muzzle flashes tore through the night. In one foxhole, when a grenade rolled among his comrades, Private Richard Sorensen threw himself onto it, sacrificing his life to save 5 others, an act of valor that earned him the Medal of Honor. At dawn, the enemy launched their largest banzai attack. Screaming, wielding blades and bayonets, they charged into barbed wire, only to be mowed down by machine guns and artillery. The path soon known as Banzai Trail was littered with bodies, a grim testament to desperate futility. In those tense hours, Navy corpsmen worked tirelessly, binding wounds while listening to moans around them. Many wounded cried out for "Doc" as shrapnel pierced deep. Stretcher teams crawled low under fire to pull casualties back to improvised aid stations beneath palm trees. Young Marines forced themselves to stay silent as Japanese patrols prowled nearby, knowing a single sound could draw a grenade into their hold. The air was heavy with the smell of blood and antiseptic, and sudden tropical rain plastered clothes to skin, adding to the exhaustion. On February 2nd, Marine commanders ordered a final pincer assault to crush the last defenders on Namur. One prong advanced from the southwest, the other from the southeast. Sherman tanks and half-tracks led the way, blasting bunkers with 75mm guns and heavy machine fire. Combat engineers cleared mines and wire to open lanes for the infantry. Colonel Dias led one of the spearheads but was killed by shell fire at the final trench, a sacrifice honored with the Medal of Honor. By midday, gunfire dwindled, then fell silent. Isolated Japanese either died in their shelters or committed suicide. Around 1400, the American flag rose over Namur's final stronghold, ending 36 hours of relentless combat. Of more than 3,500 Japanese soldiers and Korean laborers on Roy Namur, only about 130 surrendered or were captured. The rest were killed. The Marines suffered 190 dead and 537 wounded. As the smoke cleared, the entire Kwajalein atoll was in U.S. hands. The aftermath was one of charred palms, shattered bunkers, and beaches littered with wreckage. Engineers quickly converted Roy Namur into a forward airbase. Within days, B-25 bombers and fighters were flying missions from its runways, striking Eniwetok and Saipan, and cutting supply routes from Truk to Japan. Victory at Kwajalein shortened the timetable for the Mariana assault by 6 months, proving the effectiveness of the island-hopping strategy and forcing Japan to rethink its defenses. No longer could beach fortifications withstand U.S. naval firepower. From this point forward, the Japanese shifted to building defense in depth, tactics later seen at Peleliu, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. On the night of February 4th, 1944, as the guns finally fell silent, flares lit up the skies above the Kwajalein Lagoon. On the beaches, American soldiers used those rare hours to bury their comrades in the sand, while others held services at sea. The tolling of bells from hospital ships blended with the sound of the waves, creating a scene both solemn and haunting. The next objectives were already set, Eniwetok and the Caroline chain. But many men had yet to dry the tears shed for lost brothers. The severely wounded were evacuated to Pearl Harbor, while the rest immediately began building new runways, repairing piers, and clearing the ruins. They knew their youth had been traded for a base they would only occupy for a few months, before pressing westward again. With Roy Namur and Kwajalein transformed into forward bases, B-25 squadrons soon began striking Eniwetok, Truk, and the Palau Islands. Within months, hundreds of B-24s flew from these runways to bomb the Marianas and support the Saipan campaign. And from the Marianas, the B-29 superfortress finally had the range to strike Tokyo, Kobe, and Osaka. Like falling dominoes, Kwajalein became a vital link that opened the way for Guam, Tinian, and ultimately the end of the war with the atomic bomb. Years later, veterans would recall that it all began on a strip of sand they had once thought insignificant. Yet behind victory lay those left unremembered. Thousands of Japanese soldiers died without graves, and countless Korean laborers had been forced to fight or toil under brutal conditions. As American troops cleared bunkers, they found diaries filled with homesickness and apologies to families far away. Some Marines kept mementos, a handkerchief, a kimono, a packet of cigarettes. Whatever side they fought on, they too were victims of a war beyond their control. Their sacrifices a stark reminder of its terrible cost. Kwajalein was more than a tactical triumph. It was the successful proving ground for the lessons learned at Tarawa. Amphibious tractors, tanks, and naval gunfire now worked in seamless coordination. Artillery was placed on small captured islets for direct fire support, while naval fire pressed close to the beaches and air power delivered unbroken bombardment. These innovations became the blueprint for the Pacific Campaign. The stories of Richard Anderson, John Power, Richard Sorensen, and Colonel Dias became enduring symbols of sacrifice and valor. And on that quiet night, as waves lapped gently against the coral shores of Kwajalein, their vow still echoed. We will keep moving forward until this war is ended and peace returns to these distant islands, these distant islands, these distant islands. Kwajalein demonstrated that by 1944, America's counteroffensive no longer relied solely on overwhelming firepower, but had evolved into a campaign that was increasingly faster, more precise, and far more effective. The bloody lessons of Tarawa, combined with the strategic experience gained at New Britain, were being transformed into the ability to break through Japan's key defensive lines with growing speed. But as Japan's outer defensive rings gradually began to collapse, the war itself entered a larger phase. The United States was no longer simply capturing isolated islands one by one. It was moving closer to the Marianas, a region vital to Japan's defensive system, and a crucial strategic stepping stone for America's advance toward the Japanese homeland. That reality meant Japan could no longer continue retreating without response. To halt America's increasingly dangerous advance, its remaining main fleet would be forced into a major decisive battle at sea. And in the Philippine Sea in June 1944, the war entered one of the most decisive naval battles of the entire Pacific theater. A confrontation in which not only fleets would clash, but the future of Japan's carrier air power itself would be placed on the line. Nearly 3 years after Pearl Harbor, the balance of the Pacific War had completely changed. The Americans, once on the defensive, had shifted to the offensive, applying their island-hopping strategy to move step by step closer to the Japanese homeland. The landing on Saipan in the Mariana Islands was the decisive point. If Saipan fell, Japan would lose its shield, and its major cities would, for the first time, lie within the strategic bombing range of the B-29. Faced with this danger, the Japanese Imperial General Staff was forced to gamble the entire remainder of its fleet. Admiral Toyoda Somu launched Operation Eigo, hoping to turn the tide with a decisive fleet engagement in the spirit of Kantai Kessen. Vice Admiral Ozawa Jisaburo committed 9 aircraft carriers with about 500 aircraft, supported by 5 battleships, 13 cruisers, and more than 30 destroyers, along with nearly 300 planes from nearby island bases, in the hope of breaking the American advance. Opposing them was the U.S. Fifth Fleet under Admiral Raymond Spruance, with Task Force 58 commanded by Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher. The Americans deployed 15 aircraft carriers with nearly 900 aircraft, protected by 7 fast battleships, 21 cruisers, and nearly 60 destroyers. With such a powerful force, the United States entered the battle with overwhelming superiority. Both sides understood clearly. The coming naval battle would not only decide the fate of the Marianas, but also determine the course of the entire Pacific War. And in just 2 short days, the ocean would witness the largest carrier battle in history, an event remembered by later generations with a chilling name: the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. Dawn of June 19th, 1944. On the flagship Taiho, Vice Admiral Ozawa Jisaburo scanned the horizon, certain that the American fleet was hidden somewhere to the east. At 4:45 a.m., he ordered the first reconnaissance planes to take off. The Americans launched their own scouts almost simultaneously. By 5:50 a.m., a Japanese Zero had sighted the U.S. fleet. The pilot quickly transmitted the coordinates, then dove in to attack a destroyer, only to be shot down by a wall of anti-aircraft fire. It was the opening shot of the battle. Alerted, Japanese squadrons stationed on Guam rushed to prepare for launch, but American radar had already picked them up. Alarms rang out across the carriers. From the deck of USS Belleau Wood, a flight of F-6F Hellcats roared into the sky to intercept. At Orote Airfield, Japanese planes were still lifting off when the Hellcats struck. The clash was brief and brutal. In less than an hour, 35 Japanese aircraft were destroyed, while the Americans lost only 1 Hellcat. The survivors were forced to abandon their mission and retreat. With the threat from Guam eliminated, the U.S. could now focus on Ozawa's main force. On the flagship USS Lexington, Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher calmly monitored the radar. At 8:30 a.m., the screens lit up with hundreds of contacts approaching from the west. Ozawa's strike groups were on their way. 3 separate waves had been launched: 69 aircraft from Force C, 128 from Force A, and 47 from Force B. In less than an hour, Japan had dispatched a total of 244 aircraft toward the American fleet. By 10 a.m., U.S. radar picked up the first wave at a distance of 240 kilometers. Mitcher immediately ordered every Hellcat into the air and recalled patrols from near Guam. In the Japanese formation, pilot Masatoshi Nakagawa led a group of dive bombers searching for the enemy carriers. When the force was about 100 kilometers from its target, impatience led them to pause and regroup, a fatal error. At 10:36 a.m., American Hellcats pounced from above. The sky erupted. Within minutes, 25 Japanese planes were shot down at the cost of 1 Hellcat. Another 16 soon followed. Many of the remaining aircraft jettisoned their bombs in desperation to escape. A handful that broke through were met by the full weight of U.S. naval anti-aircraft fire. Hundreds of 5-inch and 40-millimeter guns opened up, proximity-fused shells filling the air with deadly fragments. One bomb slammed into the deck of the battleship USS South Dakota, shaking the vessel violently and killing or wounding more than 50 sailors. Yet her heavy armor prevented disaster. Fires were quickly contained, and she remained in formation. Not a single Japanese plane reached the American carriers. By the end of the first wave of the 69 Japanese aircraft involved, 42 had been destroyed, and only 27 made it back to their carriers. The sky fell briefly quiet, but everyone knew this was only the opening phase of the Battle of the Philippine Sea. On the carrier Zuikaku, Japanese crews hurriedly prepared for another strike. Ozawa, still confident, decided to commit the remainder of his main force. At 9 a.m., he ordered the launch of a second strike, this time with 129 aircraft. Near midday at 11:07, U.S. radar once again lit up, detecting a large mass of planes approaching from the southwest. The American pilots were already waiting, at a distance of 60 miles, 97 kilometers offshore, before they could even sight the enemy fleet. The Japanese formation was met by Hellcats diving in with ferocious attacks. Within minutes, about 70 Japanese planes were shot down before they ever reached the U.S. ships. A small number broke through and split into groups to carry out scattered attacks. 6 dive bombers plunged toward Rear Admiral Alfred Montgomery's carriers, dropping bombs near USS Wasp and USS Bunker Hill, starting fires and causing several casualties. Fortunately for the Americans, the bombs landed close but not directly on target, so the damage was minor. Another group of Nakajima B-6N torpedo bombers launched against USS Enterprise, the prime target Japan had long hoped to sink. But every torpedo missed. 3 more torpedo bombers attempted to strike USS Princeton, only to be blown apart by anti-aircraft fire as soon as they appeared. By the end of the second wave, the Japanese had suffered catastrophic losses. 97 of the 129 aircraft never returned. At noon, the sun beat down on the Philippine Sea, its light glinting off slicks of oil on the water. Yet the Japanese persisted. At 1 p.m., Ozawa launched a third strike from the north with 47 planes, hoping to hit the U.S. flank. But 80 kilometers from the fleet, they ran into 40 Hellcats. Taken by surprise, the formation scattered and quickly collapsed. Only 7 aircraft were shot down, far fewer than in the earlier waves. But the survivors abandoned their mission, dumping bombs into the sea before retreating. 40 planes managed to return safely, a rare stroke of luck for Ozawa that day. Still unwilling to concede, Ozawa committed his last reserves. Between 11 a.m. and 11:30 a.m., the carriers launched a fourth and final strike with 84 aircraft. Fate, however, intervened. Faulty intelligence had given the Japanese pilots the wrong coordinates for the American fleet. They searched fruitlessly as their fuel dwindled. Unable to return without completing the mission, commanders ordered the formation to split. One group to Guam, the other to Rota for refueling. The withdrawal was anything but safe. The group heading for Rota blundered into Rear Admiral Montgomery's task force. American Hellcats rose to intercept. In the brief clash, 18 Japanese planes were engaged. Only half escaped, while 9 were shot down. At the same time, 9 Japanese dive bombers made a desperate attempt on Wasp and Bunker Hill. Their bombs splashed close alongside, sending water high onto the decks, but caused no real damage. American anti-aircraft fire destroyed 8 of them. Only 1 got away. At Guam, the situation was even worse. As the remaining Japanese aircraft landed to refuel, 27 Hellcats from U.S. carriers swept in. With no time to take off and fight back, the Japanese planes were slaughtered on approach and over the airfield. In just minutes, 30 more aircraft were destroyed, and many of the survivors were so badly damaged they could no longer fight. By the afternoon of June 19, 1944, the smoke of battle had begun to clear, revealing devastation across the Philippine Sea. In just a single day of combat, Japan had suffered unprecedented losses. About 330 aircraft destroyed, including most of the land-based planes from the Marianas and nearly half of the carrier air groups under Ozawa. In contrast, the Americans lost only 23 planes, with their fleet virtually untouched aside from some casualties aboard the battleship South Dakota and minor damage to a few other ships. Watching Japanese aircraft fall in droves, one U.S. pilot remarked, "It's like an old turkey shoot." From that moment, the battle acquired its infamous nickname, the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. In one day, the elite of Japan's naval air power was nearly wiped out. Yet the disaster for Japan was far from over. As night fell, Towering flames still burned on the horizon, the dying pyres of two Japanese carriers. While fierce air battles raged above, U.S. submarines had silently struck below. Early that morning, USS Albacore had detected Ozawa's flagship Taiho and moved in for the kill. At 8:15 a.m., just as Taiho was launching aircraft for its second strike, Albacore fired a spread of torpedoes. Lookouts on Taiho spotted the white wakes and shouted warnings. The carrier turned sharply as escorts dropped depth charges. In the chaos, a Japanese pilot named Sakio Komatsu, having just taken off, saw an incoming torpedo and deliberately rammed it, detonating it at the cost of his own life. Taiho avoided one fatal hit, but another torpedo slammed into her starboard side, ripping open a gash that allowed aviation fuel to flood the compartments. The ship staggered, but, thanks to its advanced design, managed to continue steaming for several hours. By midday, tragedy struck again. USS Kavala had shadowed the veteran carrier Shokaku, survivor of Pearl Harbor and many major battles. At 11:23 a.m., while Shokaku was busy recovering aircraft and refueling, Kavala loosed a spread of torpedoes. At least 3 struck home, setting off massive explosions in the hangar. Fuel and ordnance ignited, creating a fireball that engulfed the bow. The order to abandon ship was given. At 2:08 p.m., a final catastrophic blast tore the carrier apart. Shokaku broke in two and sank, taking 1,263 sailors and airmen with her. About 570 survivors, including Captain Matsubara Hiroshi, were rescued by escorting ships. Meanwhile, aboard Taiho, her crew worked desperately to contain the damage, sealing bulkheads and flooding compartments with CO2. For hours, it seemed she might survive. But a critical mistake sealed her fate. A damage control officer, lacking experience, ordered the ventilation system run at full power to clear fuel vapors. Instead, it spread volatile gasoline fumes throughout the ship. At 5:32 p.m., a spark from a generator triggered catastrophe. A chain of internal explosions ripped through the vessel, tearing apart elevators and decks. Flames shot hundreds of meters into the sky as Taiho, pride of the Japanese fleet, shook violently and slipped beneath the waves. Admiral Ozawa barely escaped, transferring his flag to a destroyer. The carrier went down with 1,650 of her crew. In a single day, Japan had lost 2 of its most important carriers to submarine attacks. At dawn on June 20th, after a night of disaster, the remnants of Ozawa's force retreated westward, hoping to escape. But the Americans pressed the pursuit. Admiral Spruance ordered his fleet to steam at full speed through the night. By morning, dozens of U.S. scout planes swept the ocean in search of the enemy. On the carrier Zuikaku, the sole survivor of Pearl Harbor still afloat, Ozawa transferred his flag at 1 p.m. That was when he finally learned the full extent of the previous day's failure. All 4 attack waves had been annihilated, and his carrier air groups were down to roughly 150 operational planes. What he did not know, because his subordinates hid the truth, was that nearly all of the land-based aircraft on Guam and Rota had also been destroyed. In ignorance, Ozawa still clung to the idea of mounting another strike on June 21st. By midday on June 20th, the skies were clear, but American scout planes had still not located the enemy. All morning and into the early afternoon, Mitcher grew restless as report after report came in with the same message: no contact. Finally, at 3:40 p.m., a scout from USS Enterprise sighted the Japanese fleet on the horizon and rushed back a vague signal. Mitcher demanded precise coordinates, and at 4:05 p.m., the confirmation arrived. The Japanese were 275 miles to the west, moving at 20 knots. Time was slipping away. The sun would set around 6:30 p.m., leaving less than 2 hours. A decisive order was given across the American carriers. Launch all aircraft. It was a dangerous gamble, as the strike would fly at the very edge of their range and almost certainly return after dark. But Mitcher and his commanders recognized this as the moment to deliver the killing blow. The decks shook as nearly the entire Task Force 58 took to the air, 226 planes in total, 95 Hellcats armed with 500-pound bombs, 54 Avenger torpedo bombers, and 77 dive bombers, both Helldivers and Dauntlesses. Wave after wave climbed into the sky and sped westward in pursuit of Ozawa's battered force. At about 6 p.m., while the Japanese fleet was refueling, lookouts suddenly spotted dark shapes approaching from the east. Sirens wailed. Ozawa scrambled his last 35 Zero fighters into the air. The escorts tightened formation, anti-aircraft crews loaded their guns. Minutes later, the roar of American engines filled the sky, and the assault began. The first U.S. squadron stumbled across 3 Japanese oilers trailing behind the main fleet. With fuel running low, some groups struck immediately. Bombs tore into the vulnerable tankers, setting 2 ablaze and breaking another in half. Columns of fire lit the horizon, and Ozawa could only watch in fury as his precious supply ships went up in flames. Then the full weight of the American strike fell on the carriers. On Hio, officers barely had time to shout, "Enemy aircraft port side!" before torpedoes slammed into the hull. Avengers from USS Belleau Wood had slipped through the defensive screen and scored at least 2 hits. Hio shuddered violently, smoke engulfing her decks. Fire spread too quickly to be controlled. Within 2 hours, a massive explosion ripped her apart. The carrier broke in 2 and sank, taking 250 sailors with her, though over 1,000 were rescued by destroyers. Elsewhere, Zuikaku, Junyo, and Chiyoda were also hit. Thick smoke rose from their decks, though most of the bombs detonated close alongside rather than on target, sparing them total destruction. The battleship Haruna was struck on a main turret, killing and wounding many, but quick action to flood the magazines prevented a catastrophic detonation. After half an hour of relentless bombardment, the attack subsided. Japan had lost 3 vital oilers and the carrier Hio, while the other carriers were damaged. American losses were about 20 planes. Ozawa stood on Zuikaku's bridge, stunned as black smoke billowed across his shattered fleet. The dream of a decisive battle to turn the tide had collapsed. For the Americans, the mission was not over. Now their aviators had to make it back in the dark after flying nearly 300 miles. At 8:45 p.m., the first returning aircraft appeared. Landing on carriers at night after such a long sortie was nearly impossible. On USS Hornet, Rear Admiral Joseph Clark ordered floodlights switched on to guide the pilots. Mitcher then made the bold choice to illuminate the entire fleet, exposing them to risk, but giving his flyers a chance to land. Searchlights swept the sky. Destroyers fired flares to light the sea, and one by one, exhausted planes came down. Some pilots, out of fuel, crash-landed on the first deck they saw. Others ditched in the ocean or bailed out. Rescue operations continued through the night. By dawn, 80 aircraft had been lost to crashes or fuel exhaustion, but 3/4 of the air crews survived, many plucked from the sea. Mitcher was deeply aware of the cost. This was the price of his gamble at sunset. That same night at Combined Fleet Headquarters in Japan, Admiral Toyota read the final reports. The outcome was undeniable. The Battle of the Philippine Sea had ended in disaster. He ordered Ozawa to withdraw. The U.S. fleet pursued briefly, then halted, having secured its victory and safeguarded the Saipan landings. After 2 days of combat, the Philippine Sea had witnessed the largest carrier battle in history. Japan had launched 373 carrier aircraft in 4 waves. Only 130 returned, many later lost with their ships. Including land-based planes and submarine attacks, Japan's total losses were between 475 and 550 aircraft. virtually its entire elite carrier air arm. Ozawa was left with barely 35 planes. In ships, the toll was equally devastating. 3 fleet carriers, Taiho, Shokaku, and Hiyo, and 2 oilers destroyed, with the surviving carriers damaged. The Americans, by comparison, suffered negligible losses. No ships sunk, only South Dakota slightly damaged, and 123 planes lost, most to nighttime accidents rather than enemy fire. The result was nothing less than an overwhelming American victory. The Battle of the Philippine Sea, mockingly remembered as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, delivered a mortal blow to the Imperial Japanese Navy. In just 2 days, the core of Japan's elite naval air power was annihilated, along with thousands of veteran pilots and mechanics. After this defeat, Japan would never again be able to assemble a carrier force strong enough to challenge the U.S. Navy in open battle. 4 months later, at the decisive Battle of Leyte Gulf, Ozawa still nominally commanded Japan's carrier force. Yet his carriers had virtually no planes left. They sailed only as decoys, a desperate and tragic ruse to lure the American fleet away from the real fight. Strategically, the victory at the Philippine Sea opened the door for the Allies to seize the Mariana Islands. Soon after, Saipan fell, tearing a fatal breach in Japan's so-called absolute defense line. From the airfields on the Marianas, American B-29 bombers began launching devastating raids, reducing Japanese cities to burning ruins. In every sense, the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944 marked the confirmation of America's absolute naval supremacy in the Pacific, and heralded the inevitable decline of the Imperial Japanese Navy in the Second World War. The Philippine Sea marked a major turning point, as Japan not only failed in its effort to halt America's advance, but also suffered devastating losses to its naval air power, the very force that had once been a pillar of its strength across the Pacific. After that battle, the strategic balance shifted far more clearly in America's favor, as Japan's carrier-based mobile defense began to weaken severely. But victory at sea only truly mattered if it opened the way for the next stage of advance. With the Japanese fleet pushed back and control of the skies increasingly falling into American hands, the door to the Mariana Islands was now more open than ever. Within that chain of operations, Guam carried significance far beyond that of a strategic island alone. It was not only a key position in the Marianas, but also American territory that Japan had seized in the opening days of the war. For that reason, the invasion of Guam was not merely an important military campaign, but a symbolic return, the point at which the United States began reclaiming what it had lost while securing a stronger foothold for the next phase of its advance toward Japan itself. Nearly 3 years after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the island of Guam, a U.S. territory in the Pacific, remained under the harsh occupation of the Imperial Japanese Army. The largest island of the Mariana chain, Guam had been under American administration since 1898, but it fell to Japan within days of the Pearl Harbor assault in December 1941. By the summer of 1944, the tide of war had turned decisively in favor of the Allies. Admiral Chester Nimitz, commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, launched Operation Forager, a massive campaign to retake the Mariana Islands, including Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. The goal was not only to push closer to Japan, but also to reclaim American soil lost in the early days of the war, a powerful symbol that the United States was now on the offensive. Strategically, Guam was invaluable. Its large landmass, deep water harbor at Opera, and 2 airfields made it an ideal base for the new B-29 Superfortress long-range bombers. From Guam, the U.S. could launch direct attacks on the Philippines, Taiwan, and even the Ryukyu Islands. The initial plan called for the Guam landing to take place just 3 days after the fall of Saipan in mid-June 1944. But the fierce Japanese resistance on Saipan, combined with the massive Battle of the Philippine Sea, forced the Americans to delay their assault by more than a month. The U.S. used this extra time to prepare thoroughly, unleashing weeks of naval bombardments and air raids to soften up the island's defenses. Starting on July 8, 1944, American carrier aircraft and warships rained destruction on Guam. For 13 consecutive days and nights, thousands of tons of bombs and shells pounded Japanese strongholds across Hagåtña, Asan, Agat, Sumay, and the strategic Orote Peninsula. Smoke and fire blanketed the island. Villages were leveled, forests burned, and concrete bunkers shattered under relentless fire. Meanwhile, under cover of darkness, U.S. Navy underwater demolition teams risked their lives approaching the beaches. Between July 14th and 16th, they cleared over 900 obstacles and mines embedded along the coral reefs, paving the way for the massive amphibious armada waiting just beyond the horizon. The liberation of Guam was imminent. At dawn on July 21st, 1944, the U.S. Navy began its final bombardment of Guam, the day officially designated by the Americans as W Day. Starting at 5:30 a.m., the guns of the fleet thundered to life, unleashing a torrent of shells onto Japanese coastal defenses in preparation for one of the largest amphibious assaults of the Pacific War. Far offshore, stretching from beyond the coral reefs to the horizon, hundreds of American warships and transport vessels formed an unbroken line. On board were more than 50,000 U.S. Marines and Army troops, ready to reclaim the island that had once been theirs. At exactly 8:30 a.m., the invasion began. According to plan, American forces landed on two beaches along Guam's western coast, forming a double pincer maneuver aimed at cutting off the Orote Peninsula, home to the island's key airfield and naval base. In the north, the 3rd Marine Division, commanded by Major General Alan Turnage, stormed ashore at Asan Beach, just north of Hagåtña. Meanwhile, in the south, the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade, under Brigadier General Lemuel Shepard, came ashore near Agat Village, creating the second prong of the assault. Following the Marines, the 77th Infantry Division of the U.S. Army, led by Major General Andrew Bruce, landed to strengthen the beachheads and secure the rear areas. But as soon as the naval guns fell silent, the Japanese opened fire with devastating ferocity. From the cliffs overlooking Asan, enemy machine guns and mortars rained bullets and shells onto the beachhead. Within minutes, the Marines were pinned down under a storm of fire. Despite heavy losses, the assault troops of the 3rd Marine Division pushed forward, breaching the 1st Japanese defensive line. Sherman tanks from the 3rd Tank Battalion were hastily brought ashore to support the infantry, while flamethrower teams burned out pillboxes hidden in caves and rocky slopes. After nearly an hour of chaotic fighting, the Marines seized several commanding heights, including Chonito Ridge, a key stronghold of the Japanese defense. The cost, however, was steep. More than 200 Marines were killed or wounded on the first morning alone, among them several company commanders who fell while leading their men through the fire. In the south at Agat, the battle was just as brutal. A broad coral reef stranded many amphibious tractors, Amtraks, far from shore, forcing Marines to wade in under relentless enemy fire. Japanese troops of the 38th Regiment, using a network of caves and jungle ridges, had survived the naval bombardment and now unleashed a vicious counterattack. Machine guns and mortars pounded the yellow and white beaches, inflicting heavy casualties. Still, the 22nd Marine Regiment pressed forward as planned, aided by DUKW amphibious trucks carrying Sherman tanks, which blasted through Japanese pillboxes and cleared the way into Agat Village. By about 1 p.m., the Marines had secured the village, though the southern beachhead remained precarious. On the left flank, the 4th Marine Regiment ran into unexpected resistance from a hill not marked on the maps, where 2nd Battalion/4th Marines was held up for hours. Only after reinforcements landed and attacked from the rear were the defenders finally driven off. Around midday, General Lemuel Shepard himself came ashore at Agate to take personal command, ordering his men to dig in immediately and prepare for the inevitable night counterattack. That night, the first after the landings, thousands of American troops across both the Asan and Agate beachheads waited tensely in their foxholes. They knew what was coming, the suicidal Japanese counter-assaults that every veteran of the Pacific had heard about. And now, they would face them for real. Just as the Americans had anticipated, the Japanese launched fierce counterattacks as soon as night fell over Guam. On the southern front, Colonel Takeshi Suenaga, commander of the Japanese 38th Regiment, rallied his remaining men for a desperate, suicidal banzai attack aimed at driving the Americans back into the sea. Before the assault, Suenaga ordered the regimental flag burned as a symbol of no surrender, then distributed the last of the sake and beer to his troops to steel their resolve for death. Near midnight on July 21st, Japanese soldiers crept toward the American lines under the cover of darkness. Moments later, waves of mortar shells crashed down on the right flank of the 4th Marine Regiment. Hundreds of Japanese troops charged wildly through the darkness, supported by Type 95 Hago light tanks rumbling toward the marine defenses of 3rd Battalion/4th Marines. The Americans held their ground. Bazookas and Sherman tank guns lit up the night, destroying multiple enemy tanks and breaking the first assault wave. At 3:30 a.m. on July 22nd, Suenaga personally led a second attack, only to be struck by mortar fragments and fatally shot by an American rifleman as he charged the front line. Naval star shells illuminated the battlefield, revealing scores of Japanese soldiers charging across open ground in suicidal waves and dying one after another under the blazing fire of Marine machine guns. By dawn, the field before the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade was strewn with bodies. Over 400 dead counted near one battalion's line, and nearly 200 more in front of another. The first night's counterattack had ended in catastrophe. The elite 38th Regiment was effectively wiped out. Meanwhile, on the northern beachhead at Asan, Japanese forces carried out several smaller infiltration raids against the 3rd Marine Division, but all were repelled. Their artillery and mortars harassed the Marines throughout the night, and one Japanese squad even slipped through a gap between American regiments in an attempt to attack division headquarters, but was detected and destroyed. By dawn, the Japanese had suffered heavy losses for no gain, while the Americans held firm and prepared to go on the offensive. Over the next 3 days, July 22nd to 24th, U.S. forces strengthened their beachheads and began cautious advances inland to link the northern and southern flanks. Fighting was savage in the jungle-covered hills of central Guam. Every ridge, ravine, and rocky outcrop became a killing ground as Marines fought hand-to-hand to root out entrenched defenders. Within the first 4 days, the 1st Marine Brigade suffered over 1,000 casualties, including 188 dead, forcing commanders to rotate units and request reinforcements to maintain the pressure. On July 23rd, the 3rd Marine Division launched an assault on Bunshu Ridge, a heavily fortified Japanese stronghold on the right flank, supported by artillery and airstrikes. The Marines advanced slowly but steadily, discovering that some enemy positions had been abandoned overnight. By July 24th, the 3rd and 21st Marine Regiments had captured part of the Fonte Plateau in central Guam, while farther south, the 9th Marines attempted to cross the Aguada River to link up with the 1st Marine Brigade, though without success. Even so, the Americans could sense the tide turning. Japanese resistance was faltering. Many defensive positions lay deserted, littered with bodies of fallen soldiers, abandoned weapons, and untouched stockpiles of food and ammunition deep in the jungle. Guam was bleeding, and the battle for its liberation was entering its decisive phase. On July 25, 1944, After nearly a week of relentless combat, American forces temporarily slowed their advance to regroup and resupply. Anti-aircraft artillery battalions, Navy Seabees, and convoys carrying fresh water, food, and ammunition were brought ashore to sustain the frontline troops. On the ground, Brigadier General Lemuel Shepard, commanding the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade, steadily tightened his grip around the Orote Peninsula, overrunning one bunker after another to cut off escape routes for the roughly 2,500 Japanese troops trapped there. Opposing them were Japanese naval infantry from the 54th Defense Unit, commanded by Captain Tamai Asaichi. In a series of tank clashes, nearly all of Japan's Type 95 Heigo light tanks, armed with 47mm guns, were destroyed by American Sherman tanks. 8 were knocked out in a single day. Cornered and with no hope of reinforcement, Captain Tamai resolved to launch a final banzai suicide charge on the night of July 25th, hoping to break through the American encirclement and rejoin the main forces under General Takeshi Takashina. Before the assault, Tamai ordered all ammunition and reserve weapons distributed, then broke open the stores of beer, sake, and whiskey, urging his men to drink deeply and prepare to die. Meanwhile, in the island's central sector, General Takashina, overall commander of Japanese forces on Guam, received a cable from Tokyo. "You must hold Guam to the end. Reinforcements are on the way." Though he knew the promise of reinforcements was a fantasy, Takashina chose to obey. He organized a massive counteroffensive for the night of July 25th to 26th, timed to coincide with Tamai's suicidal breakout. Roughly 10,000 troops, remnants of the 18th Regiment and the 48th Independent Mixed Brigade, were assembled on the Fonte Plateau. Their plan, to break through between the U.S. 9th and 21st Marine Regiments, drive all the way to Red Beach 2 at Assam, and shatter the Marine defensive line, cutting off the 3rd Marine Division and relieving the trapped Japanese at Orote. As the monsoon rain began to fall, the decisive battle for Guam's fate was about to begin. That night, torrential rain drenched the ruined palm groves of Guam. In their flooded foxholes, the Marines gripped their rifles, straining their eyes into the pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, from the direction of Orote, hundreds of white-clad figures emerged, shouting and firing wildly as they charged the 1st Marine Brigade's line. It was Captain Tamai's desperate breakout attempt. But the pre-battle drinking spree had doomed his men. Under the glare of American illumination flares, their white uniforms gleamed like targets in the night. U.S. artillery and machine guns cut them down mercilessly. Whole formations collapsed under the crossfire. Some panicked and fled into the swamps, others stumbled back into the jungle. Still, Tamai, wounded but alive, regrouped the survivors for a second charge, hurling them once more into the inferno. Again, they were met by an impenetrable wall of gunfire. Later, the Marines would call it the Mariana Turkey Shoot on land, a one-sided slaughter. By dawn on July 26th, more than 400 Japanese bodies lay piled before the 1st Marine Brigade's line, with 600 wounded groaning in the mud, while the Americans had lost only around 75 men. The Japanese garrison at Orote had been annihilated. At the same time, in the north, thousands of Japanese troops poured down from the Fonte Plateau around midnight, striking at the 3rd Marine Division's defenses. Through the downpour and darkness, the Marines fought back with iron discipline and deadly accuracy. In some sectors, a company of just 250 men was forced to hold a front nearly 2 kilometers wide, a line that would normally require at least 600. Realizing how critical the situation was, Major General Roy Geiger, commander of the 3rd Amphibious Corps, ordered every available rear echelon soldier, engineers, drivers, mechanics, even clerks, to grab rifles and rush to the front. The Japanese, benefiting from sheer numbers, managed to breach several trenches. One group slipped between the 9th and 21st Marines, reaching the 3rd Division command post. In the chaos, staff officers, radio operators, and truck drivers seized weapons to defend the headquarters, determined not to let the command flag or code books fall into enemy hands. At the forward surgical station, wounded Marines tore off their bandages and crawled to the entrances of bunkers, firing pistols at the infiltrators. The fighting raged through the night in blinding rain. Many Japanese soldiers, drunk and leaderless, fought like men already dead. Some even knelt down, placed a live grenade on their heads, pulled the pin, and waited for Marines to approach, choosing to die in mutual destruction. The island of Guam, shrouded in lightning and gunfire, had become a place where life and death blurred into one, a storm of fire, rain, and madness. As dawn broke on July 26, 1944, the gunfire over Guam gradually faded into silence. Across the Central Front, Japan's massive suicide assault had ended in disaster. Bodies of Japanese soldiers littered the hills and valleys before the American lines. Over 3,500 dead were counted as the sun rose. Major General Takeshi Takashina, who had personally commanded the attack, had lost nearly 4,000 men in a single night. 95% of his officers were dead or wounded, and over 90% of his heavy weapons destroyed. The Americans also suffered casualties, but far fewer, 166 killed and 645 wounded between July 25th and 27th. Realizing there was no longer any hope of driving the invaders into the sea, General Takashina ordered the remnants of his forces to withdraw from southern Guam and fall back into the northern jungles, where they would attempt to hold out and delay the Americans, though he knew full well no reinforcements would ever come. While overseeing this desperate retreat on the Fonte Plateau, Takashina was killed by American machine gun fire on July 28, 1944. After his death, command of the remaining Japanese forces passed to Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Obata, commander of the 31st Army, who had already been trapped on Guam for weeks, and who now resolved to fight to the death. The night of July 25th to 26th had sealed Guam's fate. The Japanese had lost nearly all their elite troops and were forced to abandon the western coast, retreating into the dense interior. The Americans seized the moment, launching a full-scale counteroffensive on all fronts. On the morning of July 26th, from the southern beachhead, the 1st Provisional Marine Brigade began a massive assault on the Oroti Peninsula, the last major Japanese stronghold in the south. Under intense bombardment from naval guns and field artillery, the 22nd Marine Regiment advanced along the Agatsume Road from the east, while the 4th Marines attacked from the west. Japanese troops fought fiercely from bunkers and caves, but were gradually crushed by Sherman tanks and relentless artillery fire. On the night of July 27th, scattered survivors attempted a final suicidal counterattack, but their morale was broken. Many dropped their weapons and fled into the jungle. By July 28th, the Americans had secured the Orote Peninsula, recapturing the airfield, harbor, and ruins of the old U.S. naval base at Sume. That same day, the northern and southern beachheads linked up at the foot of Mount Tenjo, forming a continuous 15-kilometer front along Guam's western coast. At the newly recaptured Orote base, the 1st Marine Brigade held a ceremonial flag raising amid the ruins. The stars and stripes once again flew over Guam, the first time in nearly 3 years of Japanese occupation. The ceremony was attended by senior U.S. commanders, including Vice Admiral Raymond Spruance, Lieutenant General Holland Smith, Major General Roy Geiger, and Brigadier General Lemuel Shepard, while 2nd Battalion, 22nd Marines had the honor of planting the flag. After consolidating the South, General Geiger deployed the 77th Infantry Division, U.S. Army, to join the Marines in sweeping the remainder of the island. Only 5,000 to 6,000 Japanese troops remained, starving, exhausted, and nearly out of ammunition. They entrenched themselves in the northern mountains and jungles, setting ambushes to slow the American advance. In early August 1944, Guam's tropical monsoon season began, and torrential rain turned the island into mud. American troops slogged through swamps and tangled forest, clearing mines and booby traps while rooting out scattered resistance pockets. Between August 2nd and 4th, the Japanese made a last stand around Mount Barrigada, but after several days of bombardment and infantry assaults, their defenses collapsed. The last organized Japanese resistance disintegrated. Some fled into the wilderness, others committed ritual suicide rather than surrender. On August 10, 1944, U.S. commanders officially declared the liberation of Guam complete. Once more, the American flag waved proudly over the island, marking the end of nearly 3 years of brutal Japanese occupation. In the days that followed, Lieutenant General Hideyoshi Obata, who had taken command after Takashina's death, refused to surrender. He and a handful of aides hid in a cave near Yigo village in northern Guam. On August 11, 1944, Obata sent a final message to Tokyo. Guam has fought to the last man. Then, in the spirit of the samurai, he performed seppuku, ritual suicide. Thousands of other Japanese soldiers vanished into the jungle, hiding in caves and swamps. It would take the Americans months to track down the remaining holdouts. A few surrendered, but most fought to the death or took their own lives. Remarkably, some never gave up at all, the most famous being Sergeant Shoichi Yokoi, who hid in the jungles of Guam for 27 years, finally surrendering in 1972, a haunting reminder of a war that had long since ended, but had never truly released its grasp. After 21 days of brutal combat, the Battle of Guam came to an end with a decisive victory for the United States. Yet the cost of liberation was steep. American forces suffered around 1,700 killed and over 6,000 wounded, including troops from the Marine Corps, Army, and Navy. The Japanese garrison was virtually annihilated, more than 18,000 soldiers killed, and only a few hundred taken prisoner, most of them wounded or near starvation. In addition, over 1,000 Guam civilians lost their lives during the battle and the years of harsh occupation. Despite the heavy toll, the victory at Guam carried immense strategic significance in the Pacific Campaign. It marked the first U.S. territory reclaimed from the Axis powers and gave the Americans control of vital naval and air bases. In the months that followed, Guam was rapidly transformed into a major forward command center for U.S. operations across the Pacific. Its airfields were expanded to host hundreds of B-29 Superfortress bombers, which would soon begin direct air raids on Japan itself. Meanwhile, the island's deep-water Opera Harbor became a massive logistics hub, handling thousands of tons of supplies, ammunition, and fuel for the Allied advance westward. From this strategic springboard, the United States launched its assault on the Philippines less than 6 months later, tightening the noose around Imperial Japan and pushing the Pacific War toward its inevitable end. Guam marked America's return to territory lost in the opening days of the war. But the Marianas campaign did not end there. Retaking Guam helped the United States reestablish its military presence in the region, but to transform the Marianas into a true strategic launching point, it still needed to secure the remaining key positions across the island chain. Just beside Guam, Tinian quickly emerged as the next objective. The island was not only an important part of Japan's defensive system, but also held far greater strategic value because of its potential for large-scale airfield construction. That made Tinian far more than simply another island battle. If Guam represented a symbolic return, then Tinian reflected a deeper stage in America's strategy, turning the Marianas into a direct launching platform for long-range air operations and mounting pressure against the Japanese homeland itself. After the U.S. forces successfully captured Saipan on July 9, 1944, the next objective in the Mariana Campaign was the nearby island of Tinian. Since the Cairo Conference in late 1943, The Allies had already identified the Marianas as the strategic key that would open the path toward Japan itself. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Ocean areas, was ordered to seize these islands in order to sever Japan's communication and supply lines. With Tinian lying barely 5 kilometers south of Saipan, the island could not be ignored. If the Japanese managed to hold it, they could directly threaten the southern flank of the newly captured Saipan. The moment Saipan was secured, Major General Harry Schmidt, commander of V Amphibious Corps, immediately moved to plan the assault on Tinian. At that time, the island's defenders, commanded by Colonel Kiyoshi Ogata, included about 5,000 Army troops from the 50th Infantry Regiment and another 4,000 Navy personnel under Captain Goichi Oye, roughly 9,000 men in total. They had prepared an extensive defensive network: underground bunkers, caves, ridgeline fortifications, and well-camouflaged coastal artillery. Confident that an American landing was inevitable, Ogata concentrated his defenses along Tinian's southwestern coast, the only area with broad, flat beaches suitable for an amphibious assault. The remainder of the island was ringed with steep coral cliffs, reinforcing his belief that the U.S. would have no other choice. Steeled by the doctrine of fighting to the death for the emperor, Ogata even planned a last-ditch counterattack right on the beach should the Americans attempt to land. The Americans, however, had learned bitter lessons from Saipan. To reduce casualties, General Schmidt and his deputy, Major General Clifton B. Cates of the 4th Marine Division, devised a bold alternative. Instead of storming the heavily fortified beaches of Sun Heron Bay in the southwest, precisely where the Japanese expected them, they would land on the northwestern shore at 2 tiny, narrow beaches codenamed White 1 and White 2. Each beach was less than 200 meters wide and flanked by jagged coral outcrops, normally unsuitable for landing even a battalion, let alone an entire division. But this very limitation made the beaches lightly defended, an advantage the Marines intended to exploit. To overcome the 2 to 3 meter coral ledges blocking the landing points, U.S. engineers developed modified LVT amphibious tractors equipped with special pontoon ramps, nicknamed doodlebugs. These vehicles would push directly against the base of the cliffs and drop their ramps, allowing the Marines to climb onto the plateau quickly. Meanwhile, the 2nd Marine Division, led by Major General Thomas Watson, would conduct a large-scale feint to the southwest, using landing craft to simulate an assault on Tinian town. This was designed to convince Ogata that the main blow was coming where he expected it most. If all went according to plan, the Japanese defenders would rush to reinforce the decoy sector, leaving their northern flank wide open for the real attack. Beginning on July 16, the Americans began to soften up Tinian with an unprecedented storm of naval and artillery fire. With Saipan sitting just a few kilometers to the north as a ready-made fire base, U.S. forces were able to deploy heavy land-based artillery to bombard Tinian directly, something rarely seen in amphibious operations. At the same time, warships of Task Force 52 took turns unleashing massive bombardments on Japanese defenses. Admiral Raymond Spruance, commander of the 5th Fleet, personally ordered maximum naval firepower to clear the way for the Marines. The battleships USS Tennessee, USS California, both previously damaged at Pearl Harbor, and USS Colorado, along with the cruisers Cleveland, Louisville, and 16 destroyers, divided the island into 5 fire zones and bombarded them in rotation for days. The harbors, towns, and main airfield in the south were hit the hardest. At Phoebus San Hilo Point, the 16-inch guns of USS Colorado destroyed 2 Japanese 140mm coastal guns. But the Colorado paid dearly. While supporting the Deception Force, it was struck 22 times by a hidden 152mm Japanese battery, killing 43 sailors and wounding 198. The destroyer USS Norman Scott, operating nearby, was also hit 6 times. Its captain, Seymour Owens, and 18 sailors were killed. Only on July 28th was the stubborn Japanese battery finally silenced by the battleship USS Tennessee. While naval guns tore apart the coastline, the skies over Tinian were equally relentless. U.S. Navy and Army Air Forces launched more than 350 bombing sorties, dropping high-explosive bombs, phosphorus bombs, napalm, and rockets to level bunkers, trenches, and ignite the vast sugarcane fields. The Battle of Tinian also marked the first use of napalm in the history of warfare. Army Air Force's P-47s dropped 34 napalm canisters, setting huge swaths of the island ablaze and turning Japanese underground shelters into ovens. After more than a week of continuous bombardment, by July 23, 1944, nearly all major targets on the island were burning or in ruins. Colonel Ogata could no longer maintain reliable communication with his units. Both wired and radio networks had been shattered. At dawn on July 24, 1944, J-Day, equivalent to D-Day in Normandy, the U.S. amphibious fleet closed in on Tinian. As the first light touched the sea, a detachment of the 2nd Marine Division launched the decisive deception maneuver. 22 LCVP landing craft, 22 disguised as troop transports, headed straight for the southwest coast near Tinian town. From afar, Japanese observers saw a clear line of landing craft approaching and immediately opened intense fire. Just as the Americans expected, Colonel Ogata became convinced that this was the enemy's main assault. He rushed his reserve forces south, determined to crush the landing on the beach as planned. The shoreline erupted. Japanese machine guns, anti-tank guns, and mortars poured fire into the supposed assault wave. Many Japanese positions exposed themselves and were quickly hit by American naval gunfire. After more than 30 minutes of furious exchange, the LCVPs suddenly turned around and withdrew. Believing he had repelled a major invasion, Ogata proudly reported to Tokyo that his troops had driven back a large landing force, destroying over 100 enemy craft. In reality, not a single American soldier was aboard those boats. The entire display was a meticulously staged deception to pin Japanese forces in the south. While Colonel Ogata was still celebrating his imagined victory from the southern feint, the real American assault struck from the north. At 7:30 a.m., under heavy naval gunfire and air support, the 4th Marine Division under Major General Clifton Cates stormed ashore at the two narrow beaches, White 1 and White 2 on Tinian's northwest coast. The 24th Marine Regiment led the attack, using more than 20 LVT Water Buffalo amphibious tractors to rush directly into White 1. As soon as the Marines leapt out, they encountered scattered fire from a few small Japanese pillboxes, but these were silenced within minutes. The first assault wave quickly secured the beachhead and raised a signal flag. Taking advantage of the defenders' confusion, the specialized Doodlebug LVTS pushed up to the low coral ledge between the two beaches and dropped their ramps, allowing Marines to climb onto the high ground, dominating the area. Within just 1 hour, the entire 2nd Battalion, 24th Marines, was safely ashore, followed shortly by the 1st Battalion by 8:20 a.m. Nearly 5,000 Marines of the 4th Division were already on Tinian, an astonishingly rapid landing that far exceeded Japanese expectations. White 2, however, proved far more difficult. The 25th Marine Regiment landed directly on a hidden minefield that reconnaissance had missed. Several LVTS exploded and burned, causing immediate casualties. Engineers needed several hours to clear enough mines to widen the landing zone. Japanese defenders at White 2 were more numerous and resisted fiercely, firing from caves and coral pockets with machine guns and mortars that struck the Marines' flanks. To suppress them, U.S. forces deployed flamethrower tanks, blasting fire into the cave mouths and forcing many Japanese positions into silence. Still, whenever they encountered particularly stubborn strongpoints, the Marines did not bog down. They applied a flexible bypass tactic, leaving the most determined Japanese positions to be handled by follow-on units, while the assault companies continued pushing inland. Thanks to this, despite scattered resistance along the shoreline, by early afternoon on July 24th, the lead elements of the 24th Marines had already reached Airfield Number 3 on the island's northwest tip. They cut the main north-south road, isolating Japanese forces in the northern sector. Behind them, wave after wave of reinforcements, vehicles, and artillery poured onto the two white beaches. By the end of J-Day, the Americans had landed more than 15,000 troops, hundreds of trucks and artillery pieces, 48 Sherman tanks, and 15 flamethrower tanks. The day's casualty figures stunned even the optimists. Only 15 Americans were killed and 225 wounded, while 438 Japanese soldiers had already been killed. For the first time in the entire Pacific War, the U.S. Marines had established a secure beachhead with such minimal losses. As one historian later wrote, "It was, by any measure, a very good day for the United States Marine Corps." However, the first night on Tinian was anything but quiet. As the American command had anticipated, the Japanese had no intention of yielding. They would launch a fierce counterattack under the cover of darkness. Before the battle, Colonel Ogata had already ordered his units to fight independently if communications were lost, and to destroy the enemy at the landing beaches in a single decisive blow. On the night of July 24th to 25th, 1944, the newly established American perimeter was lit up constantly by flares and star shells. Around 10:30 p.m., a Japanese reserve force known as the Mobile Counterattack Force, nearly 900 men from the 135th Infantry Regiment, silently moved toward the center of the Marine lines. From their positions, U.S. Marines could clearly hear whispered conversations coming from the dry creek bed ahead, but they held their fire. Suddenly, hundreds of Japanese soldiers surged forward in a massed banzai assault, crashing into Company K of the 25th Marines. The Marines immediately called for artillery fire, while every machine gun and heavy weapon in the rear swept the creek bed, the exact route the attackers were using. Despite the storm of fire, one desperate assault group of about 150 Japanese soldiers managed to break through the lines and reach the beach behind the Marines. There, however, they were met by devastating machine gun and ground artillery fire, now firing back toward the sea. Shots passing just above the heads of American frontline units. Almost the entire breakthrough force was wiped out in the chaotic blaze. At dawn, their comrades were stunned to find 251 Japanese bodies piled in front of the gun position, forming a cone-shaped mound, among them the body of an enemy officer. Both Marines had died beside their weapon and were posthumously awarded high honors for their extraordinary bravery in halting the assault. At the same time, on the left flank of the beachhead, about 600 Japanese naval troops from Ushi Airfield launched a surprise attack on the 1st Battalion, 24th Marines, at 2 a.m. They crashed directly into the lines of Company A. Although the Marines fought desperately, the sheer numerical imbalance led to devastating losses. Nearly all platoon leaders were killed. The survivors fired while falling back step by step, holding their ground until illumination rounds lit up the battlefield. The reddish glow of the flares allowed U.S. gunners to see clearly, and their defensive fire became lethally precise. When dawn broke on July 25th, the ground before Company A's position was carpeted with 476 Japanese bodies. The company itself was reduced to only 30 Marines still able to carry a rifle. Almost all Japanese troops involved in the suicidal attack died on the spot. The few who were wounded but still conscious often pulled the pins on their own grenades to avoid capture. While the two American flanks were locked in brutal night fighting, the right sector, held by the 23rd Marine Regiment, was thrown into chaos by a Japanese armored counterattack around 5 to 6 light tanks from the 3rd Tank Company, 9th Japanese Armored Regiment, spearheaded the assault. followed by infantry from the 50th Regiment and the remnants of the 135th Regiment. Taking advantage of the darkness, the Japanese tanks crawled dangerously close to the Marine forward lines before being detected. Naval illumination rounds were immediately fired into the sky, exposing the tanks in full view. Bazooka teams with 2.36-inch launchers, 75mm anti-tank guns mounted on half-tracks, and 37mm guns opened fire simultaneously. Within minutes, 5 Japanese tanks were destroyed, and the 6th, badly hit, turned around and fled. The infantry following the tanks marched directly into an American kill zone. Hundreds of Japanese attackers charged headlong into intersecting streams of machine gun and defensive artillery fire and were torn apart. By first light, Japanese bodies lay scattered across the trenches facing the Marine lines. A preliminary count showed 1,200 Japanese dead in this first night of counterattacks, while American losses totaled fewer than 100. Ogata's grand counteroffensive had completely collapsed, wiping out much of his best remaining manpower in a single night. By the morning of July 25, 1944, the backbone of Japan's defense on Tinian had been shattered. That same morning, Major General Cates temporarily halted offensive operations so the units could resupply after the night's heavy fighting. By 10 a.m., however, the Americans resumed their advance, pushing north and east to eliminate the remaining Japanese in the northern half of the island. Major General Watson's 2nd Marine Division came ashore throughout the morning, reinforcing and replacing several depleted units of the 4th Marine Division. On the left flank, 1st Battalion, 8th Marines, 2nd Division, swept through the remaining pockets of resistance along the northern coast and advanced directly toward Ushi Point Airfield. By midday, the American flag was raised over Ushi Point, the site that would later become North Field, the massive B-29 bomber base used to strike the Japanese homeland. In the center, 24th Marines of the 4th Division secured Airfield Number 3 and pushed southward. On the right flank, 25th Marines faced the toughest terrain, Mount Maga, a limestone ridge dominating the island's interior, and the location of Ogata's main command post. Small groups of surviving Japanese held out on the slopes, resisting fiercely. Nevertheless, by the end of July 25th, the Marines seized the summit using a coordinated double envelopment pincer attack. At dawn on July 26th, as the Marines approached Mount Lasso, an even higher position serving as Ogata's fallback headquarters, they discovered the Japanese had abandoned it overnight. Mount Lasso fell without a shot, clear evidence of the collapse in Japanese morale after the disastrous counterattacks of July 24th. With their key strong points gone, the surviving Japanese began withdrawing toward the southern third of the island. From July 27th to 29th, the 2 Marine divisions stretched their lines from the west coast to the east, sweeping southward in a steady advance. They moved like hunters in dense jungle scrub, probing every thicket, flushing out hidden defenders, determined not to leave a single Japanese soldier behind their lines. By the afternoon of July 30th, 24th Marines seized Tinian town, entering a devastated, abandoned settlement. Simultaneously, 25th Marines advanced beyond the town and secured Airfield Number 4, the final Japanese airstrip on the island. By late that night, the Americans announced that 80% of Tinian was under U.S. control, with the remaining Japanese forces compressed into the narrow southeastern tip of the island. On the night of July 30th to 31st, 1944, realizing that the Japanese were now confined to a thin belt of caves and jungle at the southeastern tip of the island, Major General Harry Schmidt ordered a final all-out assault to annihilate the remaining defenders throughout the night. More than 2,300 artillery shells of various calibers, fired from U.S. batteries on Tinian and from 155mm long-range guns positioned on Saipan, pounded the last Japanese stronghold. At dawn on July 31st, the battleships USS Tennessee and USS California, together with the cruisers Louisville, Montpelier, and Birmingham, opened fire in unison, blasting the Japanese perimeter, an area of less than 10 square kilometers, into oblivion. In total, 615 tons of naval gunfire were unleashed, flattening the limestone ridges at Tinian's southeastern tip. Immediately afterward, about 126 air sorties by B-25s, TBF Avengers, and P-47s dropped an additional 69 tons of bombs onto the shattered terrain. A surviving Japanese prisoner later described the bombardment as hell on earth, beyond human endurance. On the morning of July 31st, American battalions advanced into the smoldering battlefield. Before them was a nightmarish scene: scorched vegetation, churned earth, and drifting clouds of smoke and dust. Although utterly desperate, Japanese survivors fought back from rocky ledges and cave mouths. In several steep sections, Marines had to climb cliffs using rope hooks while under direct rifle and mortar fire from above. Even Sherman tanks that managed to climb the slopes could not advance far due to minefields and jagged terrain. In some places, Japanese soldiers crawled out to cling to the tracks of Marine tanks, while others turned a disabled Sherman into a makeshift strongpoint, firing from its hull until they were overrun. Fierce close-range fighting continued all afternoon across the hot, sun-baked limestone plateau. By late afternoon, assault elements of the 23rd Marines, 4th Division, and the 8th Marines, 2nd Division, reached the crest and immediately fortified it, digging in machine gun nests and laying obstacles in case of a night counterattack. Their fears proved justified. The night of July 31st became the final frenzy of the Japanese defenders. It began with scattered suicide squads probing Marine lines in the dark. But around midnight, the last great banzai charge erupted. Wave after wave of Japanese soldiers screamed, "Banzai!" and hurled themselves at a defensive position manned by Company A, 24th Marines, where a 37mm anti-personnel gun stood ready. As each wave attacked, they were shredded by 37mm canister rounds, each shell bursting into hundreds of steel pellets that tore through the attackers, piling their bodies in heaps before the Marine line. In the chaos and darkness, several Marines were also wounded or killed, yet the defenders held their ground. It was only at dawn on August 1st, 1944, that the last gunshots faded. More than 600 Japanese bodies lay scattered around the Marine positions, with hundreds more found in caves and jungle patches, many having committed suicide beforehand. Those who remained alive knew the end had come. Many pulled the pins on their own grenades rather than be captured. Colonel Kiyoshi Ogata, the commander of Tinian's defense, is believed to have committed seppuku on the afternoon of August 1st, once it became clear the island could no longer be saved. His body, and that of Captain Goichi Oi, was never found. At 1855 on August 1st, 1944, General Harry Schmidt officially declared Tinian completely liberated. Organized Japanese resistance had ended, though a few small groups still attempted desperate breakout attacks. That very night, a group of about 150 Japanese stragglers launched a surprise assault on the newly rotated 6th Marine Regiment and were quickly annihilated. The few prisoners taken revealed that before committing suicide, Colonel Ogata had burned the regimental colors and gathered every remaining soldier for one final, hopeless effort. After the island fell, many Japanese soldiers continued hiding in caves and jungles for months, absolutely refusing to surrender. One civilian, Murata Susumu, hid on Tinian for 9 years until his discovery in 1953, becoming the island's final holdout. Most civilians had fled the combat zones early in the battle. Unlike the mass suicides on Saipan, Tinian saw only a few isolated cases, though civilian casualties were still severe. An estimated 2,600 people, primarily Japanese and Korean laborers, were killed during the campaign. Some civilians who wandered into U.S. lines at night were mistakenly shot, having been confused with Japanese suicide troops. After liberation, American forces immediately provided food, water, and medical aid to tens of thousands of exhausted civilians emerging from the caves. Over the course of 9 days, July 24th to August 1st, 1944, U.S. forces destroyed virtually the entire Japanese garrison on an island heavily fortified for defense. American losses were remarkably low, roughly 290 killed and 1,500 wounded on the island, with total fatalities rising to about 350 when naval losses were included. In contrast, Japan was almost completely wiped out on Tinian, suffering 5,745 killed and only 404 prisoners taken alive. The Battle of Tinian was hailed by the U.S. Marine Corps as the most perfectly executed amphibious operation of the Pacific War. Through meticulous preparation and a daring landing plan that struck where the enemy least expected, the Marines avoided another costly, grinding battle like Saipan. Lieutenant General Holland Smith remarked, "Tinian is a rare example of attacking a fully prepared defensive position and still achieving total surprise. Our extraordinary success at Tinian came from the audacity of the landing plan." The victory at Tinian completed Allied control over the Mariana Islands, Saipan, Tinian, Guam, and provided one of the most important military bases in the Pacific. Within 6 months, Navy Seabees transformed the island into a massive fixed aircraft carrier with 6 2,600-meter runways. Northfield and Westfield soon housed hundreds of B-29 Superfortress bombers of the U.S. 20th Air Force. From Tinian, the American strategic bombing campaign against Japan began in earnest. In March 1945, B-29s from the island incinerated Tokyo and numerous other cities. The climax came in August 1945, when the B-29 Enola Gay and Boxcar took off from Tinian carrying the first atomic bombs in history, which were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, forcing Japan to surrender unconditionally. If Saipan was the gateway into Japan, then Tinian was the foothold that secured that gateway, providing the decisive launch point that helped bring World War II in the Pacific to its end. Tinian demonstrated that by mid-1944, America's strategy had moved far beyond simply capturing individual Japanese defensive islands. With the Marianas gradually falling under U.S. control, these victories no longer just expanded territory on the map. They created a strategic launching platform for increasingly direct pressure against the Japanese homeland. But while the war was moving closer to Japan from the east, another objective of both strategic and symbolic importance still remained to the southwest, the Philippines. It was not only a critical position for sea lanes and control of the Western Pacific, but also the site of one of America's most painful early defeats of the war. For that reason, after Tinian, the focus of the war gradually turned back toward the Philippines. And at Luzon, the conflict was no longer simply another major amphibious campaign, but a decisive step for the United States to reclaim its lost position, break Japanese control in the region, and complete the long arc from early disasters like Bataan to overwhelming counteroffensive in 1945. 4 years after Japan seized the Philippines, darkness still hung over the islands. The war only began to turn when the Allied forces, led by the United States, achieved a decisive victory at Leyte in late 1944. It was a triumph that rekindled hope for freedom, yet it was still not enough to liberate the entire nation. For General Douglas MacArthur, the American commander who had been forced to leave the islands in the darkest days of the war and vowed to return, the campaign for Luzon was more than just a military operation. It was a promise of honor that had to be fulfilled. Luzon, the largest island of the Philippines, home to the capital Manila, with its deep water ports and vital airfields, was the key that would unlock the road straight to Japan. But on the other side, Field Marshal Tomoyuki Yamashita, the so-called Tiger of Malaya, was also preparing for the inevitable confrontation with the United States. After his crushing defeat at Leyte, Yamashita knew Japan could no longer match America's overwhelming power in open battle. Instead, he turned to a strategy of prolonged defense, withdrawing his forces to the northern and eastern regions of Luzon and building strongholds deep within the rugged Cordillera and Sierra Madre Mountains, where the terrain itself could serve as his fortress. His goal was simple: to bog down American forces, forcing them to pay in blood for every inch of ground on the long road toward Tokyo. But MacArthur had planned every move. Before launching the main invasion of Luzon, he needed a forward base from which American aircraft could dominate the skies and protect the fleet. In December 1944, under Brigadier General William Dunkel, the U.S. Western Task Force carried out a lightning assault on the sparsely populated island of Mindoro. Within days, troops of the 19th Infantry Regiment and the 503rd Parachute Regiment had secured the beaches and constructed 2 airstrips, allowing the 5th Air Force to control the air over Luzon and prepare for the great invasion to come. Throughout that month, American reconnaissance planes and Navy minesweepers scoured Lingayen Gulf, while submarines, commandos, and fake paratroopers operations launched a series of deceptive attacks in the south to mislead the enemy. Yet Yamashita was not easily fooled. With his experience and stubborn resolve, he kept his focus where it mattered most, reinforcing the defenses and artillery at Lingayen Gulf, the very place where deep down he knew the United States would return, bringing with it the promise of freedom and the unstoppable strength of America. At dawn on January 9, 1945, the skies over Luzon thundered as American naval guns unleashed a storm of fire. More than 70 warships and cruisers advanced into Lingayen Gulf, pounding Japanese positions from 7 a.m. At exactly 8 o'clock, landing craft carrying the first assault waves surged toward the beaches. This was the largest amphibious operation ever launched by the United States in the Pacific. Over 175,000 troops of the U.S. 6th Army under Lieutenant General Walter Kruger, including the 1st and 14th Corps, supported by aircraft carriers, destroyers, artillery, and air cover, stormed across more than 20 miles of shoreline. Unlike the narrow, deadly beaches of Normandy, Lingayen offered broad, calm waters, but the Japanese had turned the hills and villages beyond into fortresses. Before the landing craft could even reach shore, waves of kamikaze pilots descended from the sky. Between January 3rd and 13th, hundreds of Japanese suicide planes struck the American fleet, sinking or damaging 47 vessels, including the escort carrier USS Amine Bay. Yet despite the chaos, the Americans held firm. Dense anti-aircraft fire and unshakable determination kept the fleet intact, ensuring the landings could continue. Once the beachhead was secured, the 6th Army split into 2 drives. The I Corps, under Lieutenant General Innes P. Swift, moved north to cut off Japanese retreat routes into the Cordillera Mountains, while the 14th Corps, led by Lieutenant General Oscar W. Griswold, advanced south through the Central Plains toward Manila. In the opening days, resistance was surprisingly light. The 37th and 40th Divisions pushed through the rice fields of Tarlac, Moncada, and Cameling, greeted by villagers cheering through tears as American soldiers marched past. The liberators had returned. But soon, the first major challenge emerged at Clark Field, the strategic airbase nestled among the western hills. U.S. intelligence had estimated only 4,000 to 8,000 defenders, but the reality was far grimmer. Nearly 30,000 Japanese troops from the Kembu Group, including 8,500 elite soldiers armed with artillery, machine guns, and fortified bunkers. The rough terrain made progress slow. Enemy guns hidden in caves swept the runways with deadly fire. Step by step, American forces advanced, calling in heavy artillery and M7 howitzer tanks for support. Only by the end of January did they finally secure the entire area. Farther north, the I Corps faced a formidable armored opponent, the Japanese 2nd Tank Division, or Geki Force. They had transformed the town of San Manuel into a stronghold, concealing 45 Type 97 and Type 95. On January 19th, an American reconnaissance unit was met with fierce fire. General Kruger ordered a 5-day artillery barrage before sending in the infantry. On January 24th, the 161st Regiment of the 25th Division entered the town, losing 6 Sherman tanks in the opening assault. But with mortar and M7 howitzer support, they gradually pushed through the streets. Fighting raged house to house, street to street. American troops advanced under the cover of smoke grenades, silencing enemy guns one by one. By January 28th, as 13 Japanese tanks tried to break out, American bazookas and 37mm anti-tank guns destroyed 10 of them. Over 775 Japanese soldiers were killed, with only about 400 escaping. The Americans lost 60 men and 200 wounded. But the victory at San Manuel opened the road toward the Baguio Highlands and secured a firm foothold for the liberation of Luzon. In January 1945, one of the most remarkable American operations in the Philippines was the Cabanatuan prison camp raid. After the Palawan massacre in December 1944, General Douglas MacArthur feared that over 500 American and Filipino prisoners held at Cabanatuan would be executed before Allied forces could reach them. Major Russell Volkmann, working alongside Filipino guerrillas, proposed a daring plan, a combined operation between U.S. Rangers and local resistance fighters to strike deep behind enemy lines. On the evening of January 30th, 90 Rangers from the 6th Ranger Battalion, 80 guerrillas from the Huck Resistance, and 2 Alamo scout teams crossed a river and crept through the jungle toward the camp. They placed sniper teams to cut off enemy reinforcements and used a red flare as the signal to attack. Overhead, a P-61 Black Widow dropped napalm near the area to draw Japanese attention away. As darkness fell, the raiders stormed the camp, killing the guards, destroying the searchlights, and freeing 512 prisoners, both soldiers and civilians. Emaciated and sick, many were carried to safety on ox-drawn carts under the moonlight, escorted by local guerrillas. The entire operation succeeded with minimal casualties, a flawless rescue that proved the effectiveness of American Special Forces working hand in hand with Filipino fighters. To support the main advance and cut Yamashita's supply lines, the U.S. 11th Corps launched a second amphibious landing on January 15th along Luzon's western coast. The 38th Infantry Division and 34th Regiment came ashore in Zambales Province almost unopposed. Local guerrillas had already captured San Marcelino Airfield and helped the Americans secure the port of Olongapo by January 30th. From there, the troops pushed east along Route 7, cutting through dense jungle toward the Zigzag Pass, Horseshoe Bend. Between early February and February 14th, the 152nd Regiment fought around the clock to break through a maze of tunnels and fortified high ground. By February 21st, the Bataan Peninsula, the site of America's painful surrender in 1942, was fully liberated. The U.S. flag once again flew over the same ground where so many Americans had suffered, marking both redemption and the reopening of the western approach to Manila Bay. Meanwhile, in southern Luzon, the 11th Airborne Division of the 14th Corps under Major General Joseph Swing prepared to strike Manila from the south. On January 31st, the Vanguard, the 188th Glider Infantry Regiment, landed at Nasugbu Beach, supported by a 20 Havoc and P-38 Lightning aircraft. They quickly secured the town and bridges, paving the way for the 187th Glider Infantry Regiment to come ashore. On February 3rd, C-47 transports dropped 511 paratroopers from the 511th Parachute Infantry Regiment over the Tagaytay Ridge. Though some were scattered by strong winds, they regrouped within hours and seized key positions on the high ground. From there, the 11th Airborne launched a rapid assault northward, breaking through the Genco Line, a defensive network of trenches and bunkers guarding Manila's southern approaches. Within days, they captured Nichols Field on February 12th and Fort McKinley on February 13th, cutting off the Japanese escape route to the south. In northern Luzon, the U.S. 14th Corps, under Lieutenant General Walter Kruger, together with the 1st Cavalry Division and the 37th Infantry Division, launched a full-scale offensive toward Manila. General Douglas MacArthur urged his commanders to move quickly. He wanted the capital liberated before his wife's birthday. On January 26, 1945, Kruger ordered the 37th Division to cross the Pampanga River and advance along Highway 3 toward San Fernando and Calumpit. By January 30th, reconnaissance units had built pontoon bridges and seized key crossings. Under MacArthur's personal pressure, Kruger pushed the 1st Cavalry Division forward for a rapid assault. On the night of February 2nd to 3rd, mechanized cavalry units broke through Japanese lines, driving swiftly down Route 7 and bursting into the outskirts of Manila. The vanguard of the 8th Cavalry Regiment crossed Quiapo Bridge, reached the University of Santo Tomas, and freed more than 4,000 foreign prisoners by 8 p.m. The next morning, thousands of Manila residents flooded the streets, cheering through tears as American armored vehicles rolled past, a moment of pure liberation after 3 years of darkness. But freeing Manila would come at a terrible price. Defending the city was Rear Admiral Sanji Iwabuchi, commander of the Yokosuka 31st Naval Force, with roughly 12,000 Japanese Marines. Despite Yamashita's order to withdraw, Iwabuchi and his officers vowed to fight to the death to preserve their honor. From February 3rd onward, brutal street fighting erupted. From the north, the 1st Cavalry and 37th Divisions tried to cross the Pasig River, but the Japanese had destroyed the bridges, forcing American troops to slog through swamps and build pontoon crossings under heavy fire. The Japanese had turned every building, every school, and even hospitals into bunkers, rigged with mines, booby traps, and explosives. They massacred civilians in one of the most horrific atrocities of the Pacific War, the Manila Massacre. It wasn't until March 3rd, after American 155mm artillery and naval guns from Manila Bay leveled the Intramuros district, that the last pockets of resistance were wiped out. The month-long battle left the capital in ruins, and between 100,000 and 120,000 civilians were killed, a staggering human tragedy amid victory. While the fight for Manila raged, U.S. forces carried out another operation, the recapture of Corregidor, a mission heavy with symbolism and pride. The small island guarding the entrance to Manila Bay, known as the Rock, had been the site of America's bitter surrender in 1942. This time, MacArthur vowed it would be reclaimed. The assault would be a dual invasion, by air and by sea. From late January to mid-February, American bombers and artillery poured thousands of tons of explosives onto the island, reducing its defenses to rubble. On February 16th, hundreds of paratroopers from the 503rd Parachute Infantry Regiment jumped onto Topside Hill in fierce winds. Many were blown off the cliffs, but held their ground and opened fire. At the same time, 24th Infantry Division troops landed by sea at San Jose Beach. Japanese defenders launched desperate counterattacks. The fiercest came on February 18th at Banzai Point, when more than 500 Japanese Marines charged uphill screaming their battle cries and were annihilated by American fire. On February 26th, U.S. soldiers raised the stars and stripes atop Malinta Hill, marking the full recapture of Corregidor, the same island where, 3 years earlier, the flag had been lowered in defeat. Meanwhile, in southern Luzon, another daring operation unfolded, the Los Baños Raid, one of the most brilliant rescues of the entire war. From early February, Major General Joseph Swing had been ordered to plan the mission to free more than 2,000 civilian prisoners held in an internment camp near Los Baños. The operation was delayed while the 11th Airborne Division fought at Nichols Field and Fort McKinley, but by February 20th, the plan was complete. A 4-phase, perfectly coordinated assault. According to the plan, a reconnaissance team and local guerrillas would secretly swim across Laguna de Bay at night, eliminate the guards, and signal the main attack. Then Company B of the 1st Battalion, 511th Parachute Infantry Regiment, would parachute into a small drop zone beside the camp and storm the gates. Simultaneously, the rest of the battalion would cross the lake aboard 54 LVT-4 amphibious vehicles to evacuate the prisoners, while the 188th Glider Infantry Regiment and tanks advanced along the highway to block any Japanese counterattack. At 7 a.m. on February 23rd, green parachutes blossomed over Los Baños as gunfire erupted. The recon teams, already in position, silently cut communication lines and killed the guards. Company B stormed the compound, catching the Japanese soldiers in their sleep, while the LVTS roared ashore, blasting bunkers with 75mm guns. In just 1 hour, 2,147 prisoners, men, women, children, and the elderly, were freed and ferried safely across the lake with minimal losses. The Los Baños raid became one of the most daring and flawlessly executed operations of World War II, showcasing the unmatched coordination and courage of U.S. airborne, naval, and special forces, together with the bravery of Filipino guerrillas. Outside Manila, to the northeast, the city's water supply became a matter of survival. The capital depended entirely on 2 main reservoirs, Novaliches and Ipo. Novaliches, located on the outskirts, had been captured by U.S. forces on February 5th, but it drew its water from Ipo Dam, situated about 15 kilometers deeper in the Sierra Madre Mountains. Upstream lay Wawa Dam, though it had been disconnected from Manila's water system since 1938. The mountainous terrain surrounding both dams was held by the Japanese Shimbu Group, roughly 35,000 troops under Major General Shizuo Yokoyama. His forces were divided into 3 commands: the Kawashima Force guarding Ipo Dam in the north, the Kobayashi Force defending the central sector around Montalban and Wawa, and the Noguchi Force entrenched in the south near Antipolo and the shores of Laguna de Bay. Together, they formed a vast defensive complex known as the Shimbu Fortress, stretching over 30 miles from Ipo to Wawa, connected by a web of tunnels, caves, and artillery positions. The Japanese had heavily armed the area: mortars, machine guns, 105mm and 155mm field guns, and even 200mm and 447mm rockets. Many caves had up to 10 entrances, fortified with sandbags and expertly camouflaged. Deep inside, Japanese gunners could fire from hidden openings and retreat before counterfire, making them extremely difficult targets for U.S. artillery. In early February, the U.S. 6th Army assigned the task of clearing the Shimbu region to the 14th Corps. But Kruger's forces had already been depleted for other operations, leaving him with only the 6th Infantry Division and the 2nd Cavalry Brigade to assault Wawa and Antipolo before turning toward Ipo Dam. On February 20th, the 2nd Cavalry Brigade crossed the Marikina River, seizing the towns of Taytay and Taguig almost without resistance. 2 days later, the 6th Division captured Montalban and crossed a 3-kilometer-wide valley with ease. But once they entered the hills of Oro, Pacawagan, Mataba, and Yabang, Japanese fire erupted from every direction. Enemy troops hid in caves, firing bursts before vanishing again, forcing the Americans to counter with napalm and white phosphorus shells to burn away camouflage and flush them out. At Antipolo, the 2nd Cavalry Brigade joined forces with the marking guerrillas and Hunter ROTC units, bombarding Japanese defenses for 2 days before launching their assault on March 8th. Hill after hill fell to American hands, but the cost was steep. 295 Americans killed, while the Noguchi force lost over 3,300 men. On March 14th, Major General Edwin Patrick, commander of the 6th Division, was killed by a sniper while inspecting the front lines. Still, the offensive succeeded in driving a wedge between the Noguchi and Kobayashi forces, forcing Yokoyama to withdraw his troops from the southern sector. By March, fighting along the Shimbu line reached a new level of brutality. General Griswold decided to attack Wawa first, then move on to Ipo. The 6th Infantry Division and 1st Cavalry Brigade took turns assaulting fortified positions, while American artillery fired phosphorus and napalm shells to create smoke cover for advancing troops. Flamethrowers and bazookas silenced cave after cave. On March 11th, cavalry troops captured the Antipolo Heights, though the 6th Division's left flank remained pinned down by Japanese mortars and machine guns. The following weeks were a nightmare. The men fought through blood-soaked trenches, slept in mosquito-infested caves, and endured tropical downpours even during the dry season. According to Triumph in the Philippines, each U.S. regiment lost 55 to 60 men per day, a staggering rate of attrition, yet they pressed on relentlessly. On March 24th, the 43rd Division seized Mount Yabang. 3 days later, on March 27th, the 6th Division captured Mount Baytangan and pushed deeper into the jungle. Once Antipolo was secured, General Kruger turned his focus to the ultimate objective, Ipo Dam. He knew that only when the waters of the Angat River flowed again into Manila could the city truly come back to life. However, General MacArthur, still believing Wawa Dam was the main source, sent an urgent message asking, "When will you take Wawa?" Kruger had to clarify that Wawa had been out of service since 1938 and that Ipo supplied 1/3 of Manila's water. By mid-April, the 43rd Division moved north to prepare for the assault on Ipo, while the 38th Division took over the southern front. Despite the reinforcements, Kruger's forces remained stretched thin. He had lost the 6th Division to operations in Zambales and had to divert men elsewhere. To fill the gap, he enlisted the help of the marking guerrillas. About 3,000 local fighters led by former bus driver Marcus Marking, Augustine, and his courageous wife, Ye Panlilio. These guerrillas, familiar with every mountain trail and river crossing, guided American troops through the dense jungle and carried out diversionary attacks. Their knowledge and bravery proved invaluable as the U.S. Army prepared for the decisive battle to capture Ipo Dam, the lifeline that would restore Manila to the living. The plan to capture Ipo Dam was drawn up with precision and care. According to the operation outline, the 103rd Infantry Regiment would lead the main assault, advancing along the Katatinga Ridge about 4 miles from the dam, then following the ridge line downward toward the target. On the left flank, the 172nd Regiment would swing around Osboy Ridge to cut off Japanese supply routes, while the 169th Regiment carried out a diversionary attack along Metropolitan Road to draw enemy fire. Meanwhile, the Marking Regiment, made up of Filipino guerrillas, was divided into 2 detachments. The northern force would climb Mount Cabuyao, and the southern force would move along the Angat River Valley, guiding and supporting the Americans. Before the ground assault, the U.S. 5th Air Force launched one of the largest napalm bombardments of the entire Southwest Pacific campaign, dropping 250,000 gallons of the incendiary fuel, the heaviest use of napalm in the theater up to that time. For 3 days in early May, hundreds of B-25, P-38, and P-51 aircraft bombed relentlessly, burning out caves, ridges, and artillery positions. The devastation was so intense that Japanese anti-aircraft crews were forced to withdraw temporarily, allowing U.S. reconnaissance planes to survey the area freely. The bombing even fooled General Kawashima, who believed the main attack would hit Wawa, and he ordered his troops south, exposing his northern flank completely. On the night of May 6th to 7th, 1945, the assault on Ipo Dam began. Under cover of darkness, American infantry silently moved into position to maintain secrecy. White phosphorus shells from the artillery lit up the night sky as troops climbed steep jungle trails, cutting through vines and scrambling over rock ledges. By dawn, the 103rd Regiment had advanced to within 5 kilometers of the dam, while the 172nd Regiment fought through rough terrain toward Bigti and Osboy Ridge. In the north, the marking guerrillas marched 7 miles without resistance. The Japanese never expected a night attack. The following morning, the 169th Regiment launched a feint along Metropolitan Road, drawing heavy Japanese artillery and machine gun fire and allowing the other 2 regiments to flank from both sides. From May 7th to 11th, American forces advanced steadily through torrential rain and deadly crossfire, gaining only a few hundred meters each day. Then, on May 16th and 17th, waves of P-47s and P-38s returned, unleashing massive napalm strikes and fragmentation bombs that turned the Japanese positions into a blazing inferno. Infantrymen scaled the bomb-scarred cliffs using bamboo ladders, seizing one high point after another. On the night of May 13th, as the Japanese lines crumbled, the marking guerrillas waded across the Angat River under cover of darkness. By 1:30 p.m. on May 17th, they raised the American flag over the hydroelectric plant south of the dam. Ipo Dam was now in U.S. hands. Strangely, despite wiring the facility with hundreds of kilograms of explosives, the Japanese never detonated them, perhaps due to confusion, exhaustion, or the sheer pressure of the bombing. 3 days later, Metropolitan Road was cleared, engineers swept the last tunnels for hidden mines, and Wawa Dam was also secured. By May 1945, water from the Angat River once again flowed into Manila, saving millions of civilians suffering from drought and devastation. While 14th Corps battled the Shimbu Line, 1st Corps continued its relentless pursuit of General Yamashita's Shobu Group in northern Luzon. The 33rd, 37th, 43rd, and 25th Divisions pushed through the treacherous mountain passes of Balete, Salaksak, and Dalton. Across the Cordillera Range, Yamashita had transformed the highlands into natural fortresses, peaks carved into bunkers, tunnels, and artillery nests. Most of his remaining men were conscripts from the shattered 14th Army, and they were determined to fight to the death. From March through May 1945, the battle for Balit Pass became one of the bloodiest engagements of the Luzon campaign. The narrow corridor earned the grim nickname the Abbey of Bones, as corpses piled up amid shattered rocks and jungle mud. The Americans deployed bulldozers, 155mm artillery, and rockets, using tactics to lure Japanese troops out of their caves before striking with grenades and flamethrowers. Despite their losses, Yamashita's soldiers held out until August 1945, when Japan finally surrendered. The fierce resistance in the mountains kept many U.S. divisions tied down in Luzon, far longer than expected. But it also gave them invaluable experience in mountain and jungle warfare, lessons that would soon prove crucial in the final and most brutal battles of the Pacific, especially Okinawa. By the summer of 1945, the fighting on Luzon had finally begun to subside. The remaining Japanese forces had retreated deep into the mountains and jungles, breaking into scattered groups that resisted sporadically but hopelessly. American troops and Filipino guerrillas shifted their focus to mopping up operations, hunting down isolated units, and restoring security to newly liberated regions. On September 2, 1945, Japan formally signed the Instrument of Surrender aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, officially ending World War II. Shortly afterward, General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the infamous Tiger of Malaya, surrendered at Kiangan in Ifugao Province, marking the end of nearly 8 months of fierce combat on Luzon. According to Allied reports, the campaign had wiped out more than 205,000 Japanese soldiers and captured over 9,000 prisoners of war. American forces suffered approximately 10,640 killed and 36,550 wounded, while an estimated 120,000 to 140,000 Filipino civilians, most of them in the Manila massacre, lost their lives. The Battle of Luzon was the largest U.S. campaign in the Pacific Theater, involving 10 divisions and 5 independent regiments, an operation unmatched in scale anywhere else in the Southwest Pacific. For General Douglas MacArthur, the victory on Luzon was far more than a strategic triumph. It was the fulfillment of a promise. He had returned, liberated the Philippines, and severed Japan's vital supply lines from Southeast Asia. The recapture of Luzon and Manila carried immense political, military, and emotional significance. It ended 4 years of brutal occupation, paved the way for the restoration of the Philippine government, and provided a massive forward base for the upcoming campaigns at Okinawa and potentially Kyushu, in preparation for an invasion of the Japanese homeland. The battles of San Manuel, Clark Field, Nichols Field, Corregidor, Bataan, Manila, Antipolo, and Ipo tested the full coordination of America's Army, Navy, Air Force, and Special Operations units. They also highlighted the extraordinary courage of Filipino guerrillas, U.S. soldiers, engineers, medical personnel, and civilians who together endured hunger, destruction, and death in the pursuit of freedom. From Wake Island to Luzon, the Pacific War was not decided by a single battle, but by an entire chain of campaigns in which each defeat, each lesson, and each advance gradually reshaped the entire strategic balance. Wake Island and Bataan reflected the darkest phase, when the United States was pushed back into desperate defense. But from Santa Cruz to Tarawa, then through New Britain and Kwajalein, the war began to shift as America was no longer merely resisting, it was learning to counterattack with increasing effectiveness. The Philippine Sea severely eroded Japan's naval power. Guam and Tinian expanded the path closer to the Japanese homeland. And at Luzon, the war returned to the Philippines, no longer as an early defeat, but as a decisive return. In less than 4 years, the Pacific had transformed from Japan's overwhelming dominance into America's full-scale counteroffensive. This is not simply the story of 10 battles, but the full process by which the balance of war was reversed across the largest battlefield on Earth.